and welcome to another Slay the Spire stream with me. That's Isaac, or Vegetable Bread. Today I'm going to do something a little bit different. I have one on as Watcher on Ascension 19, so I'm going to keep playing as Watcher until I kill the Ascension 20 heart, which is sort of the hardest way to win Slay the Spire. But today I'm doing something a little different. Today, in the theme of extracting meaningful little design tidbits from Slay the Spire, I'm going to, each time the game asks me to make a meaningful decision, I'm going to record when that happens. So, like how many times that happens per fight, for example, or per floor. And I'm going to record how many solutions there are to the, or how many possible solutions there are to the question being asked. So we tried to do Ascension 20 yesterday, and we lost. The deck never quite was hitting on all cylinders. It ended up being kind of a mess. It was trying to do talk to the hand stuff, but then we ran into Donu Deka. Didn't have any way to get rid of their artifact charges, so they killed us. Okay, random rare card is quite good for Watcher. You could get Establishment, you can get Deus Ex Machina. There's a lot of good ones. In the past, I've valued this slightly higher than obtain a random boss relic. This one's bad, and unless we can like snipe 2 elites, one of which is a mega elite or something, there's not even a snipe path at all. So it's extra bad right now. Or we could obtain a curse and choose a rare card to obtain. Choosing a rare card to obtain is pretty sweet. And there's also an early shop, so I could discharge the curse. Is this shop already the path we want to go? I think if left to my own devices, I would probably go this path. It's got 3 fights, 2 question marks, a fire, and an elite, and it lets us get 2 elites. I prefer to get 3 elites if possible. It does also force us into a late shop, but we probably wanted to get the late shop anyway. We also have to manage our own local kitty cat. So let's see. So if we want to get 3 elites, then we kind of have to go up the middle. We have to hit this one, that one, and this one. Which is a reasonable path, although we don't get to do a fire before we do the first elite. But it would be kind of suicidal to try and fit this shop in there. Well, I guess not. It's only 4 hallway fights, but then it's an elite, another hallway fight, and another elite, all before you get to a fire. So I don't think we're probably doing that. I think we're probably doing this left path and just taking 2 elites. A little bit more of a conservative path than normal. And since we're taking a bit of a conservative path, morning Akiran, yeah, Coconut was making some noise, but then we put her on her little pillow and she calmed down. Gave her some pets. So if one of these question marks is a shop, then we could obtain a curse and choose a rare card and have that be extremely good. So it'd be choosing a rare card is quite a bit better than obtaining a random rare card. And obtaining a random rare card is like of comparable value to getting a random boss relic. So when I'm recording the decision here, I'm going to say that I had 1 decision to make at Meow, and that decision had 3 options. So the 3 options are rare card. This choice is non-viable, so I'm not adding it. And then curse for rare card and relic for relic. I'm going to go with curse for rare card. We are forced into a shop later, so at the very least we'll be able to get rid of our curse before the boss, and we could find an earlier shop, although that is pretty unlikely. But rare cards are quite good, and choosing is even better, so let's do it. And it's just an injury, so that's fine. Okay, so we actually have a second Meow choice here. So this is another choice. and let's see, I think I'm just going to encode that as 3 and then however many options are viable for this one. I think all 3 options are viable here. I think you can definitely have a run where you try to build around Wish. You probably want to eventually have stuff that eventually takes strength scaling, but in Act 1 you're probably taking either plated armor or gold pretty much all the time. Lessons learned is similarly very good. All the cards in our deck are unupgraded right now, so being able to upgrade them is quite good. But the standout here is Establishment. Establishment means we can pick things like Windmill Strike and Sands of Time and the other attack that stacks up damage, and like Protect and Perseverance and all sorts of cards that are just good by themselves. Yeah, and being able to start a run with Establishment is friggin' nuts. So I actually don't even know if this counts as a decision because Establishment is such an auto pick. But I am going to say that all 3 options are viable. You could do it, but I think Establishment is clearly the best option. So let's take that. Yeah, Establishment is bonkers, and having one on floor 1 is nice. I mean, it doesn't do anything on floor 1, so it's not like... It's not nice because of the stuff it does. It's nice because you get to build around it. So we're going to block out. We can also Miracle out a strike, and I think we are going to do that. So we want to strike the one with 12 health to get rid of his armor, so we can kill it next turn if we need. Okay. They're both attacking. I can't kill both. I can Eruption on this guy, but then he gets 9 armor, so Eruption kind of does 0 damage, and then Strike would only do 12, so he would be at 1. Excuse me, I'm a little bit sick, so... hopefully I was able to mute that cough. My Streamcraft is a little bit weak still, but I think I got that one. So we're going to kill the one in the back, block for as much as we can, and break the armor on the one in the front, but we do take 3. When you say nope, do you mean no, I did not succeed in blocking the cough? You still heard it? Okay, so there weren't actually any decisions during that fight. I think that there was no other reasonable line to take. Darn, there's a little button on this thing that says it turns off the microphone. Maybe that's not the microphone that OBS is using? Well, I guess whatever. I'll just try and cough quietly. Talk to the Hand is obviously quite good. I guess Windmill Strike is the one where the damage is increased. So if we upgrade this, this is basically like the plan. And it's an uncommon, so that's pretty much exactly what we want to go along with Establishment. However, Talk to the Hand is one of the best cards in the game. And Flying Sleeves also combos with both Talk to the Hand and Establishment. Although we don't have to Talk to the Hand, so we can't really combo Flying Sleeves with something we don't have. I think we're going to take Windmill Strike just because we're in Act 1. We still have to find ways of killing Gremlin Knob, and killing Gremlin Knob with a 0 cost, like 20 damage Windmill Strike seems pretty good. But I think we're going to encode this as a decision with 2 options, them being Talk to the Hand and Windmill Strike. And there were no options during the fight. During the fight, it was pretty much autopilot. Okay. Does this count as a decision? I don't think it does. I think that this route is clearly the best. So this is not really an option. Removing a card from your deck is really good, so it doesn't count. Can we kill him right now? I think not. This is only 14 plus 9's 23 damage, so we're going to block for as much as we can and hit him with the 2 strikes. This is not a decision this turn, because otherwise we would take a ton more damage, and Windmill Strike does more damage if you wait, so there's no advantage to playing now. There's no decisions this turn. Going into Calm and playing Strike is just pretty much the optimal play. I think this turn has a decision. We could either do Establishment and 2 defends, or Establishment and 3 defends with Miracle, or we could just do 3 defends. I think the way we're winning this fight is we are playing Eruption and Windmill Strike, and in order to do that we don't need to do Establishment, so I think the Establishment plan is just wrong. So actually this turn is not a decision, we should just block as much as we can. So there have been 0 decisions this fight. Okay. Neither of those was a decision. Here's another copy of Talk to the Hands. Talk to the Hand. So I could have 2 Talk to the Hand already, which would be crazy, but it's not the world we're living in. Flying Sleeves is a common, so I'm not super excited to pick it. It is good, but I would pick Talk to the Hand first. And then Weave tends to be a pretty sort of run-enabling card, but we already have Establishment, so we're building around that for sure. I do like the combination of Talk to the Hand and Flying Sleeves, and Flying Sleeves is particularly good with Establishment. So I think we're going to take Talk to the Hand because it's rarer, and I'm going to record this as a decision with 3 options. Those options are Talk to the Hand, Flying Sleeves, and Skip. But I'm going to take Talk to the Hands. I think all those 3 options are reasonable, though. Okay. So when we're talking about decisions, potions are weird because you could use potions on like pretty much any turn. So I think this turn is pretty complicated because we obviously want to defend. So let's just do that. And then we'll probably want to do 2 strikes and a weak potion. We could alternately Eruption and strike. I'm not sure what the advantage of that would be, though. So I don't think that's a viable option. We're going to do 2 strikes. And we're going to do them on Spike Slime for sure, so that's not really a choice. So the only real choice is, do we weak potion on... yes, it does work the way you want it to. So yeah, that's specifically like why Weave is good. Like anytime you scry, if you see Weave, you throw it away immediately, because then you always get it back, which is pretty good. Yeah, it goes after you scry. I don't know what the card actually says on it, but that's how it works. I think it just says when, which is confusing to me as a Hearthstone player, because in Hearthstone, whenever and after are words with similar meaning but distinctly different. And if Weave was a Hearthstone card, it would need to say after. So how much health do I expect Weak Potion to save me? So this turn, it would make him do 6 damage instead of 8. So it would save me 2 health, and then later it would save me maybe, like, let's see, how much can he attack for? Can he attack for like 12? I think not. I think 8's his max damage. So I think it might save me 2 damage like one more time, but probably not because I've got those defends and top of the hands. So I'm going to not use weak, and I'm going to encode this as a decision with 2 choices. Either use weak or don't use weak, but I'm going to choose not to use weak. Because it isn't saving me very much health. So I'm going to strike and double defend. That part's not a decision. But I think there is actually a decision this turn, and it's do we want to establish establishment? And I think I do. So this is the first fight we've had with 2 decisions. And I'm going to choose to establish this. Alright, so we can block out with Vigilance Defend, or we could talk to the hand and Windmill Strike. So he does attack for 12, he can't attack for more than 8. But I think we're going to be pretty happy blocking out with Vigilance Defend. Establishment is going to tick down the price of Windmill Strike, and then eventually we're going to suddenly kill him. With the thing. So we could theoretically Windmill Strike this turn, but we have guaranteed lethal next turn, so that's not a reasonable decision. So we're going to double block here. And I guess we'll strike because we can. Okay, I will take the guaranteed lethal. That doesn't count as a decision. Okay. Do we take this card pick? We probably want a Cut Through Fate. Cut Through Fates are quite good. Especially in the context of retain stuff. Crescendo is also okay. With Establishment, we don't ever need the upgrade on it, and that's neat. Crush Joints is also quite good, where you can, like, you know, defend and then Crush Joints and apply some vulnerable. If we're trying to go ham with Windmill Strike, then probably it seems like we're ending a lot of fights with Eruption Windmill Strike, and Crush Joints fits right in there. So you'd, like, you know, use a skill to end the turn before you Eruption Windmill Strike and put vulnerable on people. I think we want to take Cut Through Fate though. Because it helps us scry through stuff. We're about to do an elite fight, and that elite fight might be sentries, and Cut Through Fate helps us cycle through Dazed really well. So that's really valuable. Also, Crush Joints is not very effective against sentries because they have Artifact. So we're going to take Cut Through Fate, and we're going to encode this as a decision with 2 choices. Actually, 3 choices. Skip is also reasonable here. No, Skip is not reasonable. We're about to fight at Elite, so we need some more damage. Yeah. Cut Through Fate, I think, is my choice. I do actually think it is reasonable to be cursed here. I think that I'm not going to do it. Let's see, how bad is Doubt? Gain 1 week. So I think the reason it's reasonable to take this is because if you have 3 curses, it's possible that you end up with some curse synergy stuff. I think I'm going to disagree, but I'm going to encode this as a decision with 2 options. Okay, this is not a reasonable... Let's see, is it reasonable to go right here? I think that it is. I think I could theoretically survive this. Let's see, we're on floor 5, and we've encoded 4 decisions. But what's important to me is how many decisions you're making and how many options those decisions have. So I'm going to encode this as a decision with 2 options, which happens on the same floor as the serpent choice. But I'm going to choose the fire. We have to do 2 elites after this fire, So I think it's probably correct to rest. Let's take a look at Smith and see what our options would be. Talk to the Hand is probably the best one, especially against specifically Lagavulin. But we're already really good against Lagavulin because we have a chance to establishment Windmill Strike. And like get a Windmill Strike that costs 0 and does 20 damage before he even wakes up. So I think we're gonna rest here. Yeah, we don't get another fire until the very end of the act. So yeah, we're gonna rest. But that is a decision, so I'm gonna card that. It's a decision with 2 choices. You could either rest or Smith. Oh wait. You could rest or you could Smith and do Talk to the Hand, or you could do Windmill Strike. I think those are both reasonable. Cut Through Fate also may be reasonable. Establishment, I think, is probably not good enough. So it's actually a decision with 4 choices. Okay. I don't think we're going to get wrecked by Heart. Establishment stuff is quite good against Heart. Because you don't need to play that many cards to get it done. Okay, so what we're going to do this turn, I think, is Establishment and Cut Through Fate to try and find Windmill Strike. That gets us an extra turn of Windmill Strike proccing up. Okay, we didn't find it. I don't think it's reasonable to strike this turn, so that's not a decision. Okay, we found Windmill Strike. We're going to go into Calm, and then wait for Windmill Strike to proc the maximum number of times before waking him up. Okay, so he wakes up next turn, whether we wake him up or not. So we're always going to Talk to the Hand, and we're always going to Cut Through Fate. So let's do both of those, and then see where we're at. It's possible we also want a Windmill Strike. This Cut Through Fate, we should probably only get rid of 1 card, because we want to not shuffle. We specifically want to not shuffle next turn so that we can play Windmill Strike, get it shuffled, and redraw it. So let's... I guess the block return doesn't really matter, so we'll Talk to the Hand after we Cut Through Fate, so that we know what Cut Through Fate is doing. Let's take... So if we take Eruption and use it, then we are in Wrath and can't get out of Wrath next turn, which would be bad. So it doesn't matter which one we take, because we're not playing either of them. Alright, we have to wake him up because he's going to wake up anyway. We're not going to use Windmill Strike because it costs 0 next turn anyway, and does more damage, so this is not a decision. Okay, things that are definitely happening this turn is Windmill Strike. Things I think that are also definitely happening is applying Weak Potion. Weak Potion is extremely good against Lagavulin, so I don't think it's even reasonable to consider not doing it. Because it saves us blocks for 5 every turn, or blocks for 5 for 2 turns. So if we Windmill Strike, and then we're definitely going to defend at least twice. Does it count as a decision to either strike or defend? I don't think it does, because defend only blocks for 1, because strike also blocks for 2, so blocking for 14 out of 15. So there was no decision made this turn. We can't kill him. So we're not going to go into Eruption because we don't want to take 30 damage. So we're definitely going to use at least 1 strike and at least 1 defend. And then we're sort of choosing whether we want to do 2 strikes or 2 defends. If we do 2 strikes, then we do an extra 6 damage and take 6. Or if we do a defend, then we take 3 and miss out on 6 damage. I think you could argue for either of those, so this is a decision with 2 options. I am going to do strike, because I'm afraid of not getting enough damage in before we get our strength reduced. Okay, this turn we're pretty much just doing as much damage as we can. We're going to find Windmill Strike and play it, and get rid of the defend, because we want to shuffle that Windmill Strike. So no decisions were made this turn. There's no advantage to Vigilance. Okay, can we kill him with Eruption? So Eruption does 7, then these would do 8. And we have 2 of them, so that's 16 plus 7 is nowhere close. So I think the only reasonable option is to defend Double Strike. Okay, no decisions that turn. We can either triple defend or double defend to strike. Vigilance costs the same and blocks for the same amount as defense, so that's not a decision. So we're going to play at least 2 defends. And then this isn't really a decision because we're either doing 4 damage and blocking for 2, or we're just blocking for 3. And I don't see a scenario where we need exactly 1 health. So we need 2 strike here. That's not a decision. Really unfortunate shuffle luck here. I think we have to go into Eruption to win the fight. We need to kill him very soon. So this is not a decision. We're going to Eruption first, and then cut through fate. It looks like we have lethal too, so it's additionally not a decision. Yeah, okay. So we actually only made 1 decision that fight, and it only had 2 options. Shuriken is very good. So now I'm really excited about what's it called? Flying Sleeves. Flying Sleeves is now like one of the best cards because it ends up costing 0 and then scaling with strength and causing strength to scale, which is just kind of nuts. I think we're going to take Protect here. Protect is just a really good card. It also says Retain, so it gets extra sort of bonus value. I need to figure out how to put both stream chat and my little document where I'm recording the decisions on the same screen. Alright, figured it out. Okay, so we're going to take Protect. Just Lucky is also pretty good in the context of Shuriken. If we had a Kunai instead of a Shuriken, I would consider doing Just Lucky, because Just Lucky is so good with Kunai. But we're going to take Protect instead. Oh my god, this is like the hardest fight. Yikes. And we only have 1 attack. This is not going well. This run has been very difficult. We took a lot of damage to Lagavulin, even though we thought we were really good against Lagavulin. Our shuffles were really very bad. And we can't kill Fat Gremlin. We can Vigilance twice to block for 16. They're attacking for 20, so if we block for 16 and develop Talk to the Hand, then that's something. The attacks in our deck do 6 or 7 damage, so there's no way to Talk to the Hand on Sneaky Gremlin and then kill him next turn. We're going to take 2 attacks to kill somebody with Talk to the Hand, so we probably put it on Fat Gremlin. Although we're going to be weakened after Fat Gremlin. So, man, we are just so screwed. This is... I can't believe this happened. We did everything right. How did it all go so wrong? Okay, so we're going to double Vigilance, because we're, like, desperate to block. And then we're going to Talk to the Hand, so that hopefully we don't die. We could defend here. It uses Miracle and blocks for 4. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I will record it as a decision with 2 choices. Okay, so if we... so they're attacking for 20 again. I can't do 3 attacks, so I can't get strength. I can use the most I can block for is strike, strike, defend, which blocks for 3, 5, 7. It seems like we're pretty interested in blocking for as much as possible, since we're in danger of dying. So let's block for as much as possible. Obviously, we haven't killed any of them in the first 2 turns, which is terrible. And Gremlin Wizard's about to hit us. So yeah, I think we're dying. We have Protect, but it only blocks for 9. Even after I kill Fat Gremlin, the last card of the deck is Eruption. Very useful. So I think it's not a decision. I think we definitely want to cut through Fate on Fat Gremlin and get rid of Eruption. So let's do that. Oh my god. Okay, we found the Eruption again. Very helpful. There's no way to survive this turn, so there's no more decisions. Man, I guess that's it. Gee. Well, that was rough. It's been a while since I died on Act 1. Maybe I should have put Talk to the Hand on Gremlin Wizard? No, I don't think there's any advantage to doing that. Jeez. Alright, so we died. So let's count them up. We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 decisions. The one of those that had the most options was the Campfire, interestingly. So the Campfire is sort of a deliberate, like, low-stress situation. Slay the Spire, you're usually, like, in danger. The only real exceptions to that are Campfires, Stores, and Niao. So it's interesting that Niao had 2 decisions that had 3 options each, and then at the Campfire we had a decision with 4 options. Other than, I think, our all of our card rewards on floor 2 were good. So that had 3 options, but the Niao, the Fire, and that specific card reward were the only things with 3 or more options. Everything else was deciding between 2 things. So that's pretty interesting. I've been playing other roguelikes for research and for fun. And for a lot of them, you're in a really complex tactical space where you've got, like, you've got wands available at any time, you've got special abilities available at any time, and that really causes the number of options available to just balloon. But yeah, this time we died really fast, so I guess let's try again, because that's I've only been streaming for half an hour. Alright, same thing. Watcher 28, recording all the decisions. Okay. Niao is kind of giving us a little bitch slap here, because we didn't make it very far last time. Also, this floor layout is absolutely horrible. The only way to fight an elite without doing more than 3 hallway fights is to go here and fight the Mega Elite. I think if there's a time to do a really risky Act 1 Mega Elite play, it's now, when you've already failed to reach the Act 1 boss and gotten the terrible Niao options. What's the clip? The last card of the deck is Eruption. Very useful. Yeah, that Eruption. No bueno. So I think we're going to take the max HP, and we're not going to record it as a decision, because enemies in your next 3 comments have 1 health is a trap. Particularly when you can't get an elite snipe. So we're going to take the 6 HP. And now I think we actually do have a pathing decision here, because we could take the 4 fights over here. 4 fights in an elite is fine. And And then we do actually get 3 elites in the act. We could either take this route and get an extra fire, or this route and get an extra shop. So I guess we're going to do the responsible thing and go left instead of going up the middle and fighting the Mega Elite super early. But I will just record that as a decision with 2 options. Okay, so we're definitely double blocking and striking here. Is it an option to miracle out the strike? I think that I will have the option to miracle out strikes anytime, because we only have 3 energy. So I'm not going to record that as an option. I think it's just wrong. Okay. So we sort of have the option to miracle out a strike again here. We can go into Calm, knowing that we'll be able to go into Eruption next turn. So the way that I'm thinking about this is I definitely want to do as much damage as possible, and then if I miracle, I can sort of store that miracle and this extra energy in Calm, and then use it next turn to get out. So next turn, with the Eruption, I'll be doing 9 damage, so then he'll have 18 left. He's also going to block for, what does he block for, like 10 or something? So he'll have like 28, so I would need 3 strikes to get through him. I think that's probably not correct, but I think it is a line you could take, so I'm going to record it as an option. So this fight has had 2 options so far. Blocks for 9. So if I had taken Calm, I would not be able to Eruption and kill him, because I would do 24 plus 9, and he'd be at 3, and then I would take 34 damage and be very sad. So I think the only reasonable thing to do here is double defend, and then the strikes don't matter. So no options. Taking 7. We need to block out, and we can do so pretty conveniently with Vigilance Defend. We could also defend, strike. Both of those options leave the Miracle Strike available. I think now that we're a little bit later into the fight and he started strength scaling, we do need to do some damage to him and make sure that he dies. So I'm going to take the defend double strike route. But this is an option with 3 options, because we could do Vigilance Defend Strike, defend strike, or defend double strike. So I guess it's got 4 options actually. Brutal. So we can either triple defend or double defend strike. I guess theoretically we could also double strike defend. Double strike defend seems quite bad. So we're going to double block, and we can take 2 to deal 1, or we can block out. Let's see, next turn we know exactly what we're getting, so we're going to do 9 plus 12 damage. And he's going to block for 5, so 9 plus 12 is going to be enough damage by itself. So we don't need to defend, and this is not a decision, so we have guaranteed lethal, I believe. Yeah, 9 plus 12 is 21, and he's at 20. Okay. Cut Through Fate's good. Consecrate is also good. I don't think Skip is reasonable here, nor do I think Halt is reasonable. So this is a decision with 2 options. And I'm going to choose Cut Through Fate, as one might imagine from watching my stream. I do quite like my Cut Through Fates. This looks like a turn with some options. We could either Vigilance to defend to block out, or we could strike Vigilance, or we can double strike Vigilance. I think I like double strike Vigilance to avoid the weak, and just take 2. So there's, how many options are there? There's Vigilance defend to block out, Vigilance defend to strike. No, I don't think Vigilance defend to strike is reasonable. I don't think any of the single strike options are viable, because you either want to kill the acid slime or you don't. Although maybe Vigilance strike is reasonable, because you're not spending a resource to do the strike. You're just getting some incremental damage. Okay, so the options are Vigilance defend, Vigilance strike, or Vigilance double strike. So there's 3 options here. And I'm going to take the Vigilance double strike route. Okay, we are in Calm, so we can Eruption double strike, which does 9 plus 24, which is 33 damage, which is lethal, so no decisions here. Alright, we've got Talk to the Hand, Swivel, and Crush Joints. I actually don't think this is a decision. I think this is, you're forced to take Talk to the Hand here. Talk to the Hand is a really good card. Crush Joints is reasonable, but I don't think it's correct to pick at all. I think the absolutely correct choice is Talk to the Hand. So I'm not going to record it as a decision. Which is weird, right? To make a card choice that's not actually a choice. It's like you have to pick this. The mechanics are telling you it's stupid. I don't think this is a decision. If you skip this elite, you won't have enough relics later on to kill the heart. So, and you have to fight the same number of hallway fights either way. So that's not a decision. This is always a decision. Removing, upgrading, and transforming are all good. I think I'm going to take the upgrade and put it on Talk to the Hand, because extra block return is good, particularly against Gremlin Knob. But figuring out how many options there are for this is difficult. So we could remove a card and remove a strike. We could remove a defend. We could transform a strike. I don't know if it's reasonable to transform a defend. I think given the presence of Talk to the Hand, transforming a defend is reasonable. And transform is better than normal because Cut Through Fate will let us filter through a bad card if we do get a bad card. Normally transform is not super good though, so I'm not inclined to pick it, but I am going to include it among the options here. And then if we upgrade a card, we could either upgrade Eruption, Cut Through Fate, or Talk to the Hand reasonably. So this is actually a 7 option choice, which is by far the most we've seen. Which is pretty nuts. This living wall is really got a lot of directions you could go in, which I guess is kind of the point. So we're going to upgrade Talk to the Hand, get that block return. I don't think there's any decisions here. You defend and break both. Okay, let's see, we know we're getting if we Talk to the Hand, so we could Talk to the Hand, we could Talk to the Hand and Cut Through Fate to kill 1 and get 2 block, and then Miracle out Vigilance. Actually, yeah, it seems like that route blocks out, and most of the other routes do not block out. We could also use 2 attacks and double defend. I guess that's the same, basically. We could use 2 attacks and single defend and take 1, actually, and keep the miracle. Oh wait, we could use 2 attacks, block, and block out. So I think that's probably the best choice, actually, to use Cut Through Fate to exhaust Ascender's Bane. and still block out. Yeah, because it's almost guaranteed that we'll be able to kill or block out the remaining Laos next turn. So I'm actually not going to record this as a decision. I think there's an optimal play for this turn. Alright, so the last card is Ascensions Bay. Alright, and we do have lethal on the last Laos this turn, so that's not a decision. Let's see. Which one of these are viable decisions? Empty Fist says we're going to be doing Stance Dancing, which is quite compatible with Talk to the Hand. Like Water is a nice sort of passive defensive card. It doesn't scale well enough to really matter against the heart. Let's see. Empty Fist also just like is an attack, so it both works with Talk to the Hand and is good against Gremlin Knob. And I think we need to take an attack since we're early on still. We've only picked 2 cards. And we have one more hallway fight and then an elite. So I think picking anything other than attack is wrong. So I think there's 2 options here. We could either pick Empty Fist or skip. I will record it as a 2-option choice. And then I'm going to pick Empty Fist. Empty Fist does quite a bit of damage, so I don't mind picking it. I don't know that Sid Meier gets to own that Doof Master. There's definitely like a lot of sort of philosophy about what a game means, but certainly you cannot have a game that does not involve decisions. And I think for strategy games in particular, the moments of choice are most clear. So, like for example, if you're playing a first-person shooter, the concept of a decision gets a little bit more abstracted by the sort of, sort of intense, high-resolution nature of the decision making. But you are still making sort of micro decisions, like, do I want to go down this hallway? Like, is the sort of strategic level in that context? But you're still, making a decision to press, press A and press B. Any action game, right, where it's like where the challenge is clear, like you could say Super Meat Boy is a counter example if that's sort of the thing you're looking for. It's like the puzzles have a solution and the solution is pretty clear. So I mean, if you really wanted to be like super pedantic about it, I think you could probably argue that Guitar Hero and Super Meat Boy are not games. I don't think I would take that position. There's room for products that are like puzzles, right? Not everything that gets sold as an entertainment software product needs to be a game in particular, because like puzzles don't really involve decision making, right? They involve like thinking and analyzing, and understanding, and in the same way, this sort of like quote unquote decision making of Guitar Hero is like, how are you going to move your hand on the device to correctly navigate through the experience. But yeah, I do think Guitar Hero is sort of more on the sort of toy spectrum, where it's like something you're playing around with than it is a game. I definitely would still call it a game, just because like game tends to be sort of a shorthand for like interactive software product that's designed for entertainment. But yeah, I'm definitely trying to make strategy games where like thinking about the decisions you're making is a core element. So I think this rubric is is interesting. I don't know if necessarily I'm going to try and model the games I'm making to have like this same sort of structure, but definitely like at least realizing what the decisions in Slay the Spire are is something that's interesting to me. Okay, sort of back to the game here. It looks like we're getting kind of wrecked this turn. We're very concerned about our life total. We could theoretically do 33 damage with Eruption Strike Strike. But that isn't enough to avoid getting frailed. Yeah, this is a brutal fight. I don't think it's actually the hardest one for me personally. I think four gremlins is probably the hardest fight. But this one is not pretty. And getting it, this is why I try to avoid taking 4 hallway fights before the first elite, because I have no relics, right? Like I've had very little opportunity to power up, and then you just kind of get slammed with something like this, which is, going to take a big chunk out of my health if it doesn't kill me. So we'll probably be forced to rest here. I think we definitely want to block, and then I think we definitely want to use two attacks. We're going to save Miracle for probably the Cut Through Fate turn. So we're going to use 2 attacks, and then we want to use those attacks on the same... yeah. I don't know if Shield is necessarily the hardest. I think probably Fat plus... or just 2 Fats. 2 Fats and 2 Wizards is brutal. Fat plus Mad. Any 4 gremlins is nuts. Even if you just get like 4 Mad gremlins, I think that's gonna kill a lot of people. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if there's like a mechanic to that fight where, sometimes you yeah, like I imagine they can't all be the same, but I don't really know what the rules are. It sucks to target the Slaver because he has so much health. Yeah, I've never seen more than 2 of each, but I'm not sure if I have seen enough samples to know that can't happen. So I'm doing 12 damage to one of them. It seems like I could either target the Spike Slime or the Slaver and have that be reasonable. I'm tempted to target the Slaver first because he nets you, and getting netted is very bad. But if he nets you and he's the only person in the fight, it's not really that bad because you can block. So I'm going to go with the Spike Slime first. But I think you could do this either way, so I'm going to record this as a decision with 2 options. All right, so we have a bunch of defense and a Talk to the Hand. So we're definitely playing at least 2 defense, so we'll just go ahead and do that. That's not a decision. I think we definitely want to develop Talk to the Hand on the Slaver. We know what our next hand is. I think this Slaver is making me vulnerable, and Spike Slime is shuffling something into my deck. So next turn we're going to be Unfrail, and we're going to have this hand plus 1 random card. And he's going to be at 22 if we talk to the hand on Slaver. We could talk to the hand on Spike Slime, and then he'd be at 15. If he's at 15, we can kill him with Empty Fist Cut Through Fate. Interesting. Yeah, 2 Wizard is gross. Yeah, Fats are the worst ones, weirdly, because just getting those debuffs and then having the other ones wail on you is really gross. Yeah, but having 4 of any of them, honestly, would be pretty bad. Like, 4 Mads would be brutal. So next turn we either have a 15 health Spike Slime or a 22 health Spike Slime. If we don't land Talk to the Hand on the Slaver, I think we just lose the fight though, because we need that We need that block return while the fight's going on. So I think we're just planning on having a big turn next turn where we like Vigilance and Empty Fist and kill the Spike Slime. And I think I need more out of my Miracle than 3 block, so I'm not going to use it. But this is a decision with 2 options, I think. There are actually 4 options. I think you could reasonably either talk to the hand on either of these, or you could... Actually, I'm going to record this as 2 decisions with 2 possibilities, because talk to the hand has 2 targets and defend has 2 targets, and really they're totally independent. So it's 2 different decisions. Okay. But I am going to talk to the hand on the slaver, and I'm not going to defend. They're hitting us hard. So we're definitely going to Vigilance Empty Fist, I think. And then if we Empty Fist and on the Spike Slime, then he's at 13, and then we can Cut Through Fate strike him. So Vigilance Empty Fist costs a net 1, so this would take the rest of our mana, and then we would be getting hit for 21 by the Slaver, which seems bad. Our Frail has worn off, so there's a good chance we'd be able to Miracle out a Defend and take 16 instead of 21. Oh wait, sorry, I'm ignoring the block from Vigilance. So we would take 21 minus 8 is 13 or 8 are our options. So we have to do Vigilance Empty Fist first if we want to do it, and I'm pretty sure we want to do it. We also have perfect lethal damage on Spike Slime, so I suspect that's correct. So I'm not going to record this as an option. This seems like a really good combo. I think that's persuasive enough. And then I think this is not an option. We definitely want the Defend instead of the Eruption. Eruption is suicidal here. It's possible that we could choose... I wish I'd taken a look at this deck because you can't look at it right now. But it's possible that you would choose to mulligan both. But I think we do want to defend this turn. So I don't know if I'm going to record that as an option. And then Miracling out a Defend for 5 health seems like among the best things you can do with Miracle, but I will record it as an option, a 2-choice option. You can either choose to do it or not. I guess theoretically you could also strike him, which blocks for 3 and does some damage. And I think that's the choice I'm going to take. So it's actually a choice with 3 options. You could either do nothing, Miracle at Strike, or you can Miracle at Defend. Alright, we're taking 10. Alright, he is about to net us. There's no meaningful decisions to be made this turn. Alright, no decisions this turn. All we can do is block. I suspect we have lethal with Eruption Empty Fist. Eruption, so Empty Fist does 18, 27. We don't have lethal. So I guess we will... let's see, we can't Vigilance Eruption because we can't afford it. So I think we Vigilance Empty Fist, Strike, Defend. Or wait, we don't even need to defend. We can just Vigilance Empty Fist, Strike. And that blocks out. Yeah, and there's no way to fit Eruption in without taking a bunch of damage. So I don't think there's any decision this turn. I guess we could just strike and try to stay in calm and kill him next turn with an Eruption turn. But then we're missing out on 9 damage, which I don't think is reasonable. So I'm going to say there's no decision this turn. Alright, we have to block for as much as we can. We don't have lethal. Vigilance is actually less mana efficient than just double blocking. So our max block is Defend, Defend, Strike. So that blocks for 13, and we take 8. Let's see, so we know pretty much what our next hand is going to be. Assuming we get the minimum damage, we get Defend, Defend, Strike, Strike, Cut Through Fate, which is lethal. So actually, since we've got strike, strike, cut through fate next turn, we don't need to attack at all this turn. So we should just go for maximum block. But actually, vigilance doesn't get us any extra block because strike defend already blocks for 8. So I guess I'll take the extra damage. But it doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, we definitely need to rest. Okay, so Weave is quite good with Talk to the Hand. And we have a Cut Through Fate. So Weave is looking pretty nice. Mental Fortress is good with Empty Hand. And Brilliance is just a good card. I don't know if there's anything that Brilliance currently works together with. And I've never actually had a deck that like really takes advantage of Brilliance. But the dream is pretty clear. The dream is you get Brilliance up to, 30 damage on the card, and then you go into Divinity and it does 90. So that's nice. I think that so the choice is kind of between Mental Fortress and Weave, although I will record this as a decision with 3 choices, not 4 choices. I don't think skip is reasonable here. I think these are all good enough that skip would be a mistake. So I will record this as a decision with 3 choices. I'll do that right now. There were 5 decisions during that fight, including the card reward. So for me, it's between Mental Fortress and Weave, even though I said there was 3 decisions. Both Mental Fortress and Weave generate block, because Weave works with Talk to the Hand. So really the question is, do we want to pick more cards that do Scry, or do we think we have enough stance-changing stuff to make Mental Fortress good? And what that really comes down to for me is which one of these is better against the heart. Both of them involve playing lots of cards in a row, which is bad against the heartbeat, because it takes a card to change a stance, right? So you take some damage. Well, I guess it's only Vigilance that enters Calm and generates block. The other cards that enter Calm, which you would need to pick if you want to be a stance-dancing deck that's going in and out of Calm, don't generate block. So they actually have the same problem as Weave, where they just take a card. I'm talking about like Inner Peace and stuff, or what's the attack that enters Calm? Whatever. Yeah. So what? Right. Yeah. Fear no evil. Thank you. So I'm leaning towards Weave for sure. Because Scrying is just good on its own, which Stance Dancing is not. Stance Dancing doesn't actually do anything on its own. It just you just get to play lots of cards. And we don't currently have a Flurry of Blows, so I am going to take the Weave, and hopefully get like a Golden Eye or something. All right, I don't think there's any reasonable decision other than resting here, so we're going to rest and not record a decision. All right. Talk to the Hand is not great in this fight. We don't have any way to remove artifact charges, so we're not trying to save Talk to the Hand or anything. We could upgrade all... Oh, wait, that's not upgrades. So we can double defend and either strike or Talk to the Hand or both. I think we're going to save Miracle for the Cut Through Fate turn, which is hopefully next turn. We could also Vigilance and plan on going into Wrath next turn, which is aggressive, but potentially correct. So if we plan on going into Wrath next turn, then we definitely need to plan on killing at least one of the sentries that are attacking, if not both. Let's see, we have 31 health. So if we go into Wrath, okay, so if we go into Vigilance, and we talk to the hand, because talk to the hand does the most damage, then he's at 32. And then we do Eruptions, he'd be down to 23. And then we would hopefully do like Cut Through Fate and Weave, which would do 14, so he'd be down to oh my gosh, 9, right? 23 minus 14, yeah. So that's too much damage for Weave to do, because it will only do 8. Actually, if we upgrade Weave, it does do enough damage. Oh wait, this is not an upgrade potion. I always think this one's an upgrade potion, but it's not. So we are off by 1 damage from killing him in that specific line. Although if we do like Empty Fist Weave instead, we do have enough damage. Or Strike Empty Fist. Well, yeah, whatever. So I don't think it's correct to go into Wrath next turn, probably. But I do think it's correct to Vigilance and attack this turn, just to go into Calm. I think going into Calm is worth 2 health. Although I think it's a choice, for sure. There's definitely an argument that you could either Vigilance and Plated Armor, or you could double defend. Plated Armor is pretty good in this fight, and if you want to do it, you probably want to do it right away. So I think I am going to use that, but for the purposes of completeness, let's figure out how many total options there are. You could Vigilance attack and take 2. You could Vigilance potion and attack, or you could double defend attack. So that's 3 options. And I said attack instead of either talk to the hand or strike because I haven't figured out what I think about either one of them. So I think which attack you play and whether or not you play both is a separate decision that sort of relates to like how I'm planning on pathing through the fight. So if I play both, I'm doing 13 damage, and this sentry is down to 26. And I can do 26 damage next turn by doing Empty Fist, which leaves me at 17, and then like Cut Through Fate, Weave, Strike does it perfectly. It also takes 3 mana to do, so I would be taking 10 from the other one, or rather 6, losing a Plated Armor. How likely is it that we are able to do, what is it, 26 damage? The weakest hand we can get is Ascender's Bane, Double Defend, Double Strike, which is like 12 damage. And in that case, I think we would probably just Double Defend and take 6. Double Defend Strike, obviously. If we get Eruption, I think we're probably not using it, because, well, we will be in Vigilance. So if we are in Vigilance and we have used Miracle, then Eruption costs net 0, so we'd still have 3 mana, and he would be at, instead of 26, he'd be at 17, and then Empty Fist kills him by itself. Finding Empty Fist, we would need either Cut Through Fate or to draw Empty Fist. But that seems like the best line, is Eruption Empty Fist next turn, to kill that one, and then we can hopefully Cut Through Fate, Weave on the other one, while we're in Wrath, and then maybe also do a defend. 2 defends, actually, we could fit. Oh no, just 1, because Empty Fist. So then we would end up taking 1 damage and losing Bladed Armor. It seems like the best line, and those lines are all depending on using both attacks this turn. If we don't do both attacks this turn, then we can draw Cut Through Fate and have a really crazy Eruption turn. And I think that's probably our best route through the fight. So then, okay, are we playing Talk to the Hand, or are we playing Strike? So if we play Talk to the Hand, we do 1 more damage. If we play Strike, then on subsequent shuffles, we have a slightly higher density of attacks. And density of attacks is fairly important because they are going to start shuffling dazed, or they're going to start shuffling dazed this turn because this is turn 1, but the dazed are going to start coming up. We definitely want to use Miracle on the first shuffle because we're not going to have the density of cards to really need 4 mana after the first shuffle because of the dazes. So we probably want to use Miracle either this turn or next turn. The worst case scenario for next turn, as we've discussed, is defend, defend, Ascender's Bane, strike, strike. And even in that case, well, I guess in that case we would just use Miracle on the 3rd turn when we're getting all the good stuff. Okay. So how does this help me make this decision? So I think I do want to strike instead of Talk of the Hand and keep Miracle. Because I don't think there's any major implications from missing this 1 damage. Although I did like the Eruption Empty Fist plan of using both attacks. But most likely I'll have more attacks in hand than just these 2. Okay, so Vigilance, Plated Armor, Strike is my line. I think there were 4 reasonable lines. I think Defend, Defend, No Potion, Attack. Okay, I already talked about these. That's already encoded in them 3. But I'm also going to make a 2-choice decision for, or a 3-choice decision for playing 1 attack, both attacks, or the Talk to the Hand instead of the Strike. Okay, that's a lot of thinking. Alright, we got Cut Through Fate. We were hoping to get Eruption before Cut Through Fate. We're definitely going to Cut Through Fate to hopefully shuffle away Weave and get it back, and also hopefully find the Eruption. We definitely find an attack, because these are all attacks. So let's do that first. Darn. Definitely getting rid of Ascender's Bane, because we want to use as much energy as possible this turn. We have Empty Fist, so we're going to have a ton of mana. If we take the Strike, then our line this turn is going to be Empty Fist, Double Defend, Double Strike. Empty Fist, Double Defend, Strike. Which does 15 damage and isn't enough to kill that sentry. So I think we just go for... Well, let's see. So the fewer cards we get rid of with Cut Through Fate, the better. Because we're sort of shuffling ourselves closer to getting hands full of Dazed. And we can't cause a shuffle this turn. We're always going to shuffle next turn, no matter what. So I think the reasonable options here are either we take Strike, or we take the 1/3 chance of getting Eruption. Because Eruption is pretty good. I think we're going to take the 1/3 chance, but we're going to encode it as a 2-choice, two-option choice. We did get Eruption, so we can Eruption, which leaves us with 2 mana, and then Empty Fist to kill him. He is at 26, like we predicted for some reason. So that does 18 plus 9, or I guess it's 9 times 3, so it does 27. So that is perfectly killing him. And then we have enough mana left over for either a Defend or a Strike. Probably a Defend. Let's see, if we want to use another Strike, we want to do it now. We get 12 damage in with this Strike. It is kind of good to have Weave in your hand when you shuffle, because then Cut Through Fate will definitely bring it back. So if we do 12 damage right now, are we saving health in the long run or losing health in the long run? We're taking either 6 or 1 damage right now. We're losing a proc of Plated Armor either way. I guess we could actually double defend just to protect the whatchamacallit, the Plated Armor. And in fact, I think I am going to do that because we are shuffling next turn. Hey Angie, I watched a bit of your stream yesterday. Good stuff. Yeah. So I think we're going to use the Miracle and Defend, because since we're shuffling next turn, we would expect to draw a couple of Dazed, and not have enough cards in hand to want to use the Miracle. Okay, so we're going to strike first because we're using it all, and we're going to strike on the weaker one. Maybe we can finish him off before he attacks again. Probably not, but maybe. I have a little bit of different stream going on now than before. So we're on Ascension 20, so now we're trying to kill the heart. And now we're also trying to extract some design wisdom. So I'm making a list of every decision that I'm being asked to make, and how many reasonable options that decision had. So this run is being really slow because it takes a long time to talk about all this stuff. So we're going to spend 4 mana. Oh wait, we don't have that much mana. Why do I think that I had that much mana? So we're going to do Strike and Empty Fist, because I don't think it's reasonable to double block just to protect a plated armor. And we're going to do the Strike first on the lower health one, just in case we can kill him next turn. Empty Fist gets us out of that, and then Defend blocks 4. I think this is actually a 0 choice turn. I think that was all basically required after the Cut Through Fate. Okay, wow, we got all dazes. Neat. I think we're still hitting the 27 health sentry. We should be able to finish him off before he attacks again next time. No decisions, obviously, this turn. Oh wait, we could theoretically attack the 45 health sentry. I think that's just wrong, though. Alright, no decisions this turn, for sure. Plated Armor's putting in some work. Okay, so now we get to kill this guy, if we want. So this does, assuming we Eruption this turn, this does 14, and that does 12. So we would have to Eruption and Cut Through Fate on the same guy. Actually, if we Eruption on him, then we draw back Weave, and that exactly kills him. Assuming we Cut Through Fate. So it seems like pretty clearly the optimal play here is to Eruption, Cut Through Fate on this one, exactly kill him, and then hope we draw like Vigilance next turn. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's see. We could take the Daze just to get it out of the deck, since we are using all of our mana this turn. I think it's wrong to mulligan both, because we do need Vigilance next turn. And I think it's wrong to get rid of either. So I'll take the Daze and exhaust it this turn, and leave the Defend for next turn. Okay. So that was a 0 choice turn. Alright, so we have Empty Fist and Vigilance, so we can get a bunch of mana. Or we can strike Empty Fist right now, which does 30. Mwop mwop. If we just Vigilance, we take 1 damage. We can't afford Strike, Vigilance, Empty Fist. So we probably want to Empty Fist and then Vigilance and take 1. Let's see, we have 13 damage queued up next turn, so we do have guaranteed lethal if we just Empty Fist. Yeah, we definitely want to Empty Fist and take the minimum amount of damage, so I don't think there's a decision this turn. See, leaving Talk to the Hand in the deck paid off, increasing that attack density just a little bit. Okay, we got an Omamori, that's neat. Flying Sleeves is among the best cards that we can find in this deck because we have Establishment. Oh no, that was the previous run. Whoa, okay. We do have Talk to the Hand plus though, so Flying Sleeves is still good. Yeah, for people who weren't here earlier, this is already my second run of the day because the first run was insanely short. We got killed pretty much immediately. Okay, so Talk to the Hand works really well with Flying Sleeves, so I think we're going to just take that. I think we're about to fight an elite, or another elite, so I don't know. Let's see, do we have enough damage to fight random elites? We know it's not going to be sentries again. So the next elite is either Gremlin Knob or Lagavulin. Against, we're a little bit afraid of both. They're both kind of scary. So I think it would be a mistake to not take an attack. So I'm going to take Flying Sleeves and not record a decision. I think this is just the correct thing to do. Alright, got a Thief. We always play Weave. We have a handful of attacks, so I don't think there's anything to do other than Troll for Fun, are you talking about the recording the decisions? I'm going to analyze this information relative to other games and use it to for making my games. But if you want to follow along, I can post the file in Discord afterwards if people are interested. I think that this turn is always empty fight, strike, strike, no potion. I don't think there's a reason to play Flying Sleeves. I don't think there's a reason to Miracle. So I don't think there's any decision here. I guess we could Colorless Potion and look for something that blocks. So maybe that is reasonable. This does look like kind of a hard fight because he's doing, you know, half of our health right away. I'm actually going to restart the fight because you would want a Colorless Potion first if you want a Colorless Potion, and I think I do want a Colorless Potion. Alright, so let's Colorless Potion. We can... These are all good options. Does it cost 0 with Colorless Potion? I can't believe I don't know the answer to this, but let's look it up. It does not. It does cost 0, so we should just take Hand of Greed and kill him right now, right? We have. Why can't you mouse over things in your hand while you're using the look button? So Weave does 4, Empty Fist does 9. That's 13 plus the 12 from 2 strikes is 27. Plus Flying Sleeves is 8. So yeah, we do have lethal with Hand of Greed, so I'll take that. We do have to Miracle out the Flying Sleeves, but whatever. So I think there were 2 decisions that turn. You're either using Colorless Potion or you aren't, and I chose to use Colorless Potion. We could take a second copy of Empty Fist. That's right, we just dunked on him immediately on turn 1. Took his money. Okay, so we are trying to build around Flying Sleeves. Consecrate is good, but in Act 1, Consecrate is primarily good in Act 1, and it's good in Act 1 because of sentries, and we're not going to fight sentries again. At least until maybe this fight, it is possible. Pressure Points is terrible, and we already have a copy of Empty Fist. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to pick a second copy of Empty Fist, but it looks like we're trying to build around Weave and not around Flurry of Blows or Mental Fortress. So I'll record this as a decision with 2 options, but I'm going to skip. This is also an option. I think both of these are reasonable. We could fight the Elite right now and then take a shop, or we could fight the Elite and then take a campfire. And there's no more shops in the act, so this is our last chance at one, probably. So the real question is, do we need an upgrade? Do we think we're going to need to rest, or do we want to get more cards? Because we probably can't afford... Well, actually, we probably can't afford a relic, but maybe not like the top tier relic. We do get to fight an elite first, and you do get gold from the elite, so that's not nothing. Let's see. Yeah, there's really... we're probably going to the question mark after either one of them, because we have Omamori, and sometimes question marks give you curses and good stuff. So it's really just shop or fire. It's definitely a decision that has two options, so I'll record it as such. I think for me personally, I want the fire. The fire always gives marginal value, but shops, the more of them you visit, the less value each shop gives you. And I think I'm going to survive the act without the shop, especially if I get an extra fire. So I'm going to take the fire. Okay, theoretically you could take Sapphire Key instead of Preserved Insect, but then you would be an idiot, so I'm not going to record that as a decision. Alright, Tiny Gremlin Knob. And we get Talk to the Hand on turn 1, so that's a pretty easy decision, aka not a decision. Okay. Would it be reasonable to Vigilance Empty Fist here? So we pretty much know what our turn is going to be next turn. It's going to be hopefully Eruption, and then like Cut Through Fate, and Flying Sleeves and Weave. It's going to be a bunch of attacks, is what I'm saying. If we Vigilance here, then we get to block out, mostly block out this turn. He will still hit us for... oh, actually no, because we're going to Vigilance attack, so we would perfectly block out. But we would only really want to do that if we can actually kill him next turn. And we're only going to kill him next turn if we stay in Calm, so that we have enough mana to, like, Eruption, Cut Through Fate, Flying Sleeves, and Strike. Which is not hard to imagine. Like, if we get Eruption and Cut Through Fate in the same hand, it will happen. And that is most likely, because there's only 6 cards. So then the line is Vigilance, Strike. Or actually, maybe we Empty Fist Vigilance Coin Strike, because we want to stay in Calm so that we can play all these cards. And then we would be doing 15 damage, so he's at 32, and then we'd be doing 9 to him with this, so he's at 23. And then I think we have pretty clear lethal. 23 minus 14 is 9, and then Flying Sleeves would or I guess anything would kill him, pretty much. Except for Weave. Weave doesn't do it. So I think we are going to do that. We're going to Empty Fist first, because we want to stay in Calm. Oh wait, Miracle is an extra skill. So if we miss, he's going to hit us really hard. Is it possible that we miss? So we either draw Eruption or Cut Through Fate, because we can only miss 1 card. And if we miss Cut Through Fate, it's worse, because Cut Through Fate gets Eruption. So if we miss Cut Through Fate, then we have Eruption, Weave, Strike, Flying Sleeves. So we do 9 plus 8 is 17, plus 12 is 29, plus 16 is 45. Yeah. So we would do 45, so yeah, we can't miss. Yeah, there's no way to mess this up. We don't even need the Miracle. The lowest possible damage is 45. Oh wait, we do need a Miracle, because we need to... Nope, we can just Vigilance Strike, and that's guaranteed lethal. Okay. Alright, and we got Eruption and Cut Through Fate, so that's nice. Go ahead and discard the Weave, get it back anyway. Oh, shoot! I forgot about the card draw. Doesn't matter. Bit of a scary moment. Alright, we got Vajra, and 2 Dexterity Potions. So Vajra is pretty good with Weave. I like that. It's not a decision, so there's no point in thinking about it. But, Conclude's quite good. Sash Whip is also good. I'm leaning towards Sash Whip immediately because we need to peel off artifact charges so that Talk to the Hand can land. We probably want to do that with Wave of the Hand, because Wave of the Hand can peel off all the artifact charges, whereas Sash Whip kind of struggles. Sash Whip does help us block, but then the elephant in the room is Conclude. So we are doing one more Elite Fight, and that Elite Fight does have a 50% chance of being Sentries again. And Conclude just like does a ton of damage. and is like one of the best Watcher cards. Sash Whip is quite good too. It blocks a little bit, but I think the real winner here is Conclude. I don't think Meditate's on the table. We did pick Empty Fist, so there is some value to stance changing cards, but I don't think it's good enough. So I'll record this as an option, a choice with 3 options. Let's see, who did I just fight? Oh, it was the, this was an elite. It was Gremlin Knob. But we had no choices in the whole Gremlin Knob fight, right? Because we had lethal as soon as he started attacking. So I'm going to take the Conclude, and this was a 3-option decision. Is there any merit to going this way? We would avoid the elite, but we have plenty of fires to charge up for the elite, so I think that's not a decision. We have 2 fires before the elite, and we get to find out what this question mark is before the second one. We're definitely only going to rest once, and I don't think we will die with 19 hit points against a hallway fight. Unless the hallway fight's super hard, which is totally possible. So I think we're going to Smith here. Weave has a really meaningful upgrade because you get to cast it a bunch of times. Eruption is valuable because it costs less. Conclude is really good against some of the hardest hallway fights in Act 1, like lots of slimes or lots of gremlins. So I think we're going to take the Conclude upgrade because we're playing with fire a little bit going into a question mark with all of our easy fights used up with 19 health. We could die, and I think Conclude reduces the possibility of dying by the most. But fires have a lot of decisions. Healing is totally an option. Smithing is an option. Smithing, there's sort of, it looks like 3 reasonable decisions. Eruption, Conclude, or Cut Through Fate are sort of the ones that are crying out for it. Weave is also good. So I'm going to record this as an option with 4 decisions. Resting, upgrade Eruption, upgrade Cut Through Fate, or upgrade Conclude. And I'm going to take Conclude. All right, take the question mark because we have Omori. We can't get cursed, so we will use a charge of Omori. Okay, we're going to take this fire and we're going to rest and take the elite. I think that's almost certainly the correct choice, so I'm not going to record it as an option. We could theoretically survive a fight with 19 health. So if it's like Lagavulin, we could like use the dexterity potions to block with vigilance on turn 2, and then like eruption on turn 3. Turn 1 being the turn he wakes up. I don't know when that would be, but I don't think that's correct. I think I'm gonna rest. But I will record the options. So the best options are eruption or cut through fate. So this is a decision with 3 options. But I am resting. Okay, it's Tiny Sentries. God, didn't we already do sentries this run? Okay, so dexterity is pretty good against sentries, and we probably want to use one because they might drop another potion. We're definitely defending this turn. We're also definitely empty fisting and striking. The only question is if we're miracling out Talk to Hand and if we're using Dexterity Potion. We could use 2 Dexterity Potions if we think this fight's going to be really hard. So we're always empty fisting, we're always striking, and we're doing those both on the guy with slightly less health, so those are not decisions. We're always going to defend, but we want to make the Dex Pot decision first. Yeah, the heal was definitely correct. I shouldn't have even talked about it so much. But, let's see, so we could draw Conclude next turn, which highly argues against coining out Talk to the Hand. We want to keep Talk to the Hand in the deck for the same attack density reasons as last time we fought Sentries. Also, it does 8 damage and he has 12 health, so like it's not super helpful. Like it means that if I weave, I can kill him with one weave. So I guess that is a good argument in his favor. Okay, so there's two different decisions happening here. We're defending and deciding how many dexterity pots. I think 0, 1, or 2 are all reasonable, so that's a 3-option decision. I'm going to choose 1. Because I would like to save 1 for Bronze Automaton, who also tends to hit pretty hard. And then the second option this turn is, do we Miracle Out Talk to the Hand? I don't think we do. We have enough opportunity to use the Miracle next turn, because we're going to have lots of stuff to do. We're using up Ascender's Bane, so with the exception of Weave, every card costs mana, and 2 of them cost 2. So we're not going to have any problem finding a good turn to use Miracle in the next 2 turns, and I would rather have Talk to the Hand in the deck than use it right now, especially because we have like a slightly less than 50% chance to draw Conclude next turn. Actually, it's probably just about 50%, because if we get Cut Through Fate, we get to see extra cards. Okay, so, and that was a decision with 2 choices. You either Talk to the Hand or don't. And I'm going to choose not to. We got Cut Through Fate, we did not get Conclude. The most efficient way to kill this guy is 2 strikes, at least the most efficient that we see in hand. The most efficient is Conclude, or Cut Through Fate and Weave. If we find Weave, this only wastes 2 damage, so it's pretty efficient. Flying Sleeves plus Weave also wastes 2 damage. Oh wait, that's not true. We have Vajra, so Weave does 5 damage, so we waste 1 more. Okay, so we're going to Cut Through Fate on the middle one, the hope being that we can kill him next turn. Is that a reasonable hope? So Conclude is going to do 17, and then if we Cut Through Fate for 8, then we would be doing 25 and leaving him at 7, so we can almost certainly kill him next turn. Okay, so let's Cut Through Fate and see what we get. Neither of these is Conclude. Also, if I mulligan both of them, I shuffle next turn. Yeah, Eruption Conclude is great. I love it. If I shuffle both of them, I both maximize my chances of getting Conclude at 20%, and guarantee a shuffle next turn so that I have fewer dazes in the deck. Normally you don't want to shuffle a ton of cards against sentries, but I think the shuffle turn micro optimization is worth it. We did not get Conclude, darn. So we are going to have to kill him with 2 strikes, I think. We could also just double block. We'd be blocking for 14 and taking 6, which is not terrible. Especially since we're guaranteed to get Conclude next turn. We're actually guaranteed to get Eruption Conclude next turn. So we definitely want to block twice. Or we want to block for the maximum possible right now. And blocking for the maximum possible is 2 strikes and Miracle Out Defend, because then we take 3. Because Eruption Conclude, I assume, kills them all. It does. Okay, so Double Strike. It's hard for me to get my head around the fact that Double Strike blocks for more than Double Defend, but it does. Alright, so we're only taking 3. This is not a decision because we have guaranteed lethal. It was a decision for the Cut Through Fate. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was. I think I could have taken the... I think there were 2 options for the Cut Through Fate, although I don't remember exactly what they were. So. Okay, yeah, Eruption Conclude. Get him. Okay, Regal Pillow. We did find Flurry of Blows. That's something. What is this deck trying to do? We haven't found any scrying options, weirdly. But we really just want to pick lots of things with scrying. I think we probably skip this. Flurry of Blows is certainly an option. It works well with Talk to the Hand and Empty Fist. But we already have Weave, and it's weird to have a deck with both Weave and Flurry of Blows. Like, we don't have enough card draw to support like a ton of zero-cost attacks. Although Talk to the Hand is really good with zero-cost attacks, so it's not crazy, and I have done it before. But I don't know if that's an Ascension 20 heart-killing strategy right there. So I think we're going to skip all of these. Study is just not good. And Battle Hymn is good, but let's see. Should we just pick Battle Hymn? Battle Hymn is good, but it's not good against Bronze Automaton. I don't think we're going to have too much trouble against Bronze Automaton, but nonetheless, I think I am going to skip this. I think it's reasonable to pick to either Battle Hymn, skip, or pick Flurry of Blows. So this is an option with 3 choices. I'm choosing skip. Alright, we're definitely smithing here. We could rest and go up to like full health, but that just seems like overkill against what's his face? Bronze Automaton. Let's see, what are we doing? We don't really have enough scrying to like get a ton of value out of a Weave upgrade. I think I'm going to take Cut Through Fate because it just makes your deck better if your Cut Through Fate is upgraded. The reasonable options here are Eruption, Cut Through Fate, and Weave, I think. I generally don't like to upgrade Eruption in Act 1 because the Eruption upgrade is less good after you get an Energy Relic. But the best time to have an upgraded Eruption is Act 1, so there is sort of some on both sides. But the worst time to upgrade it is at the end of Act 1, right before you find out if you have an Energy Relic or not. So I'm going to take Cut Through Fate. I think there's 3 reasonable things. So this is a decision with 3 options. Maybe resting is reasonable too. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe opinions vary. Yeah. See, Akiran said it Cut Through Fates, right? So it must be right. Alright. I think we're definitely drinking the deck spot. We don't need to do it this turn, because there's no value to doing it this turn, but we're definitely doing it, so it's just a matter of time. We could Eruption this turn. We don't need to break him, but it would get extra damage, but then we wouldn't be able to get out of it, and then we'd take 20 damage next turn, which would make me sad. I think we're going to Cut Through Fate and look for Talk to the Hand. We want to get Talk to the Hand on before he transforms, so that we can get a block return right away. Yeah, so let's Cut Through Fate first. I'll mulligan all these and take the 25% chance at drawing Talk to the Hand right away. Hey, we did it. I'm going to Weave first, and then Talk to the Hand, because it does the most damage through his impending armor. Let's see. We could Miracle out Vigilance, but I think there's probably a better use for Miracle. So I think there's actually no reasonable other decisions this turn. All right. Oh man, bummer. Before Ascension 19, it was 3, so I thought I was gonna have perfect block return, but I don't. I think we want to Cut Through Fate and try and find more blocking options. Alright, so now it's time to finally drink the Dexterity Potion. I'll do Defend first, because I don't want to take health damage. And we were looking for a Defend, and we found one. We are going to get rid of a Strike because he's hitting for 16 next turn, so we want to find more defensive options. And then we will block out. I guess you could theoretically Miracle out a Strike, but that's pretty low value, so I'm not going to. No decisions this turn. So we can Vigilance Defend to block out. We could also Vigilance Conclude, Defend Conclude, which makes us take 1 damage, but it also does 27 damage. Taking 1 to do 27 seems really good. It also does spend the Vigilance mana this turn, which I would prefer not to do, but it's not like we are within range of just wrathing him to 0 on a Vigilance turn, so I think this is correct. But I think it's reasonable to do either one, so I'm going to say this is a decision with 2 options. All right. So we got Weave before Cut Through Fate, which is good. So we'll do that. It looks like we can probably block out with just block return stuff. Let's see, he's attacking for 20. So we would have to do 7 hits. We have Flying Sleeves, so we have so we can play all these for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'd be taking 2 damage if we just go all in with the hits. Alternately, we could just defend once. We could strike, defend to block out. We're definitely playing at least 2 strikes. Oh, this doesn't block out. I thought this blocked out. I guess it blocks out with Miracle Flying Sleeves. Is Miracle Flying Sleeves an overcommit to this turn? It doesn't seem like we need to spend Flying Sleeves, but we should be using Flying Sleeves. It does damage. It also gives 6 block return, so we'd be blocking for 15. So we could just Flying Sleeves strike and take 2. I think there's 2 options this turn. We could either just defend now and take 4, or we can Flying Sleeves strike and take 2 and do more damage. I'm going to choose Flying Sleeve Strike, but I think it's reasonable to do either. I'm choosing that primarily because I don't want to get Steam Vented. He's not even doing Steam Vent, but whatever. We can't do both of these without breaking his whatchamacallit? Breaking him into armor. So we're going to do the most damage we can without breaking him into armor, and then do Conclude to break through, or to get through the most damage. All right. So we can Vigilance to block out, and then like Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave to take 3, but do 20 damage, which seems pretty reasonable. We want to leave Conclude and Defend for next turn, so we'll take the strike and not use it. Is this 5 damage worth 1 health? I think so. I think this is a reasonable decision that you can choose not to make, so I'll record this as a choice with 2 options. Wow, maybe leaving that Conclude there was bad. I didn't realize that I was going to get no other defensive cards. So we're definitely going to defend, and we're taking, let's see, 9 currently. Yeah, and so we're doing 10 damage and taking 1, and doing 17 damage and taking 1. I think that both of those are right. Do we have lethal? So Eruption is 10, and then Flying Sleeves would do an additional 20. So that's 30, and plus 14 is 44. So he would be alive at 13, and we would be sad. If we defend, strike, we take 3 damage. We could alternately defend, Flying Sleeves and take 0 damage. We have to kill him. He's not going to transform again. So we're either playing Flying Sleeves now or saving it. But it does more damage to do it now, and I think we'll probably be able to spend our mana in the future, given that we don't have Miracle anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and Flying Sleeves now, but I think that's a decision. Alright. He's still not Steam Venting. Does he only Steam Vent next turn? Is Weave in the discard? It's not. So we'll cut through Fate first, hoping to find Weave. We didn't find it. I'll take Conclude now. Alright, and then I think we have Guaranteed Lethal. Oh, he has Armor. But it doesn't matter. Okay. Alright, Judgment is bad. Devotion, we have no synergy for. And then we could pick Brilliance, but it just does damage. And I think we have enough cards that just do damage. I'm looking at you, Empty Fist. So I think I'm going to skip. I think it's reasonable to pick Brilliance. So I'm going to say this is a decision with 2 options. Alright, we got Fusion Hammer, Sozu, and Runic Pyramid. I don't like picking Sozu with no potions. And we have a lot of upgrades that we need. We have Talk of the Hand upgraded and Cut Through Fate upgraded, which is great. Conclude also helpful. So I think we're taking Fusion Hammer. We also have Regal Pillow, so we already have additional value from resting at rest sites. So if we are playing optimally, we would be smithing less than normal. So Fusion Hammer is less bad than it normally is, and it's normally one of the best energy relics, so like quite good. Runic Pyramid, it does let us do some tricky stuff with keeping Weave in our hand so that we can wait for the next shuffle and then do more scrying. We're really having trouble finding scry cards, which is a weird position to be in. Normally you're just full, your deck's full of them. We really need like a third eye or something. But I'm going to take Fusion Hammer for sure. We don't really need the 4th energy right now, but we will. How many reasonable options are there here? I think all of these are reasonable options. I think even Sozu. Sozu's probably the best energy relic, other than maybe Slaver's Scholar now. But in this situation, I'm not picking it because I don't have any potions. It's best when you have like 2 really good potions already, and obviously no White Beast statue or Toy Ornithopter or anything. So that is a decision with 4 options, because all the relics are reasonable. I think Skip is also reasonable, if you really are afraid of... No, I think Skip is not reasonable. There's no way you're so afraid of both Sozu and Fusion Hammer in this situation. Alright, so we got some good just like general value relics like Regal Pillow, Vajra, Fusion Hammer, and Preserved Insect, so I feel like we're in pretty good shape. We need to hit a shop real bad. So luckily for us, there are shops on every path, so that doesn't matter. Ideally, we want to hit 3 enemies before the first elite. Question marks are still good because they still give us curses and we still negate them. Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of elites on the left. You could get 4 elites and a mega elite. We do have Preserved Insect, but I don't know if we're feeling that strong. Because we would have to take 3 elites in a row with no fires, and one of the last one's the mega elite. So imagine running into like slavers into mega slavers. Yikes. So I don't think we're going on that path in particular. We could go to this elite and then go on the right path and go to that elite and get 2. It looks like we're not getting the choices of elites. You're either getting 2 or 4 in this path. So it's kind of unfortunate we can't get 3. So that's our favorite number. There's not very many fires here at all. So if we go on this right path, we get this fire. I kind of like this path because we get to choose. We can choose to skip this elite if we're in trouble, but then we have to take 4 hallway fights before it, which is dangerous. But we do get, yeah, so it's, let's see, the difference between this path and this path is this one has an extra question mark before the shop. That question mark, I think you can get money at question mark in Act 2. And trading out a question mark for a hallway fight for a question mark is quite good, because we don't want 4 hallway fights, we want 3. So this route is better than, sorry, specifically this one, but this one has more choice. So do we think we're going to get in trouble against Act 2 hallway fights? We're pretty good against Act 2 hallway fights. Conclude is good. Talk to the Hand scales quickly and keeps us out of trouble. Cut Through Fate helps us find our cards. We still have 4 unupgraded strikes and defense, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But I think we're fine on hallway fights, particularly if we only take 3 of them. So I don't think we need the option to escape to a fire. Nonetheless, I think that is a reasonable decision. I don't think it's reasonable to go on the left side. Oh wait, you still get 2 elites and you get the same fire. Maybe this is reasonable. Okay, hold on. So this way we get only 2 hallway fights and then 2 question marks, one of which is probably a hallway fight. And then we get an extra question mark here, although that's a question mark no matter what. There is more distance between the fire and the elite. Here it's fire and then immediately elite, but they have pretty much the same composition. So we're kind of trading, like this path has more late question marks, and this path has more early question marks. And this path has a nice little escape mechanism where you can take this fire and then do question marks instead of the elite if you're in trouble. But this has also an escape mechanism where you can do a hallway fight instead of an elite. All the hallway fights are nowhere near as safe as question marks. Although sometimes question marks are elite fights, so... let's see, how many question marks do they have overall? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the right-hand path, and 1, 2, 3, 4 on the left-hand path. Interesting. So since we want question marks because we have a Memory, I think we're going to do the right path, especially since this question mark happens before the fire or before the shop. But it's pretty close. This path I think is better than this path, but I think they're both viable options, especially since this one has the backup. So I think there's 3 reasonable paths you can make here. All right. I hate the avocado fight as Watcher. I always get beat up. It's really a challenging one. So I think we're always going to Vigilance Defend. We've Conclude here. The only card in our hand that we don't want to play is Eruption because it would make us take double damage, and we're already taking a bunch of damage. So I don't think this is a decision. Okay. I think, Defend does do less than normal, so maybe we don't want to play it. I was assuming we did want to play it, but maybe we're just skipping it. So we have 4 energy, so we're only not playing 1 card. It seems like the best card to not play is Flying Sleeves, because you get to keep it, and it's good with Talk to the Hand. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. Oh, oops, I exited Calm. I think I'm going to keep Flying Sleeves anyway, just because of the Talk to the Hand synergy. It does peel off 2 plated armor this turn. And do 10 damage, and use my Monum. I'm going to record this turn as having 3 decisions. I wish I could go back and look at it more, but I don't care enough to restart the fight. I just wasn't aware that I was exiting Calm. But I am going to use this Flying Slaves now. Okay, we have 4 energy and 4 energy worth of cards in hand, so there's no decisions here for sure. Man, we really got all the good cards at the end. That sucks. Alright, so we finally get Talk to the Hand developed. I think we'll take Conclude. I'm going to go ahead and defend and coin out Conclude. Honestly, I don't even know if this is a decision. Missing out on 17 damage is kind of like a non-option, and this minimizes the damage. Or this blocks out, so I think it's pretty clearly correct. Here's our Weave, finally. Thanks for showing up. No decisions that turn because we had lethal. Okay, well that was a disaster. Well, we found Third Eye. We need ways to block and we need ways to scry, so I think Third Eye's in the deck. I don't think Skip is even an option because Third Eye is so necessary for this deck right now with Weave. Crush Joints also gets rid of artifact charges, but we really want to find Wave of the Hand for that. So I'll take Third Eye. And I'm not going to record a decision. I think Third Eye was that good. Okay, we can, now that we have 4 energy, we can both Vigilance and Eruption. So we could like Eruption, Empty Fist, Miracle Vigilance, but that doesn't kill anybody, it just does 30 damage. So we probably want to like Empty Fist, Vigilance, Defend to block for 13. Is there any alternate lines here? We don't want to take 22, and we take 22 if we either don't block or Eruption and kill one. Also, we can't Eruption and kill one. Let's see. Oh, we could. So we could Eruption. Flying Sleeves does 20, and Empty Fist also does 20. So we could kill this front one. But then we take 22, and that seems bad. Actually, we can Vigilance for free and Miracle Out Defend. And Empty Fist exits Eruption, so we would actually block out and kill this front one. So that seems like pretty clearly the best option. I don't know why it took me so long to think of that. Do we want to Miracle Out Defend, or do we think we're going to get more than 3 health of value out of Miracle? I think on a Cut-Through Fate turn, we might get more stuff done, but hopefully we're drawing Talk to the Hand and blocking out for the rest of the fight. So I think we might be able to Miracle and Perfect this fight, so we'll try that. But I am going to record that as an option with 2 choices. Alright, so we are taking damage this turn, but we don't have any decisions to make, so whatever. I think we have lethal, so nothing matters. Okay. We have 559 gold. Protect Plus is very good, and we need to do more block, so that seems pretty appealing. Flurry of Blows, we've talked about a bunch. I don't think we wouldn't take it before, we're not taking it now. Pressure Points is bad. So I think the choices are either Protect or Skip. Protect is so good that maybe Skip isn't even an option, but I will charitably say that you could skip here. Alright, do we get money? We get to duplicate something. God, this altar is so rare. You never see it. I'm definitely going to take Talk to the Hand, though, right? Like, that's the plan. So, we can duplicate the Talk to the Hand Plus, and we get to cheat around Fusion Hammer. We get an upgraded card. All right, what are we buying with almost 600 gold? We get Panacea. Can we do anything broken with Panacea? No. We would need to pick up fasting or like a flex pot or something. And there's no flex or speed pots here. We probably do want to buy that regen pot because we're pretty low. We do have an elite fight up soon. We really need to find more fires because we get a lot of value out of healing fires. And we really need to heal. So we probably want to remove a card. And maybe take... Let's see. We probably only want to buy one potion because we already have another potion. So Carve Reality is good because it's 2 attacks. So it procs Talk to the Hand twice. This says whenever you scry, gain 3 block, and that seems really good. So then eventually if we find more scrying cards and a Wave of the Hand, then Nirvana will be super good. It's a little bit of a eventually, but we have 600 gold and we need to spend it on something, so let's spend it on the best card we can see. I think Bronze Scales also. Bronze Scales is super good against the heart. So yeah. Mummified Hand is probably the best relic we can see. I don't know if it's really super good in this deck because we just bought our first power, so and we don't have tons of stuff that's really expensive, so I don't think we're gonna buy it just because we don't need it, and we can spend more money on other stuff. Which saves us more health, the Fire Potion or the Regen Potion? Probably Regen, but then if let's see, what's a really scary Act 2 hallway fight? It's still in the easy pool. Let's see, what's the scariest Act 2 hallway fight? That's the question right now. Also, I need to be... How many reasonable decisions were there to make this job? I don't know if I can count that reasonably. Let's see. So far I bought Nirvana and I bought Bronze Scales. I think Bronze Scales is... I don't think you can make a reasonable argument that that isn't one of the best things you could buy. So I'm not going to count that as a decision. Nirvana is a little questionable, just because I don't have enough scry right now to make it super good, and I can't upgrade it. But I think it's pretty reasonable. I guess I'll record. Yeah, I don't know. You have to spend the money though, right? I will record that one as a decision. So that's a decision with 2 options. We're either buying Nirvana or not. And then now the line is either we take Mummified Hand or we buy a bunch of other stuff. And the other stuff is like card remove and a potion and like Carve Reality probably. Okay, so that's an option with 2, or decision with 2 options. And then I think there's probably just a right answer for which potion. I just need to think about it a little bit more to find out what the right answer is. So let me think about it a little more. And in order to do that, I need to look at Act 2 hallway fights. Okay, so the first 2 encounters are either Spirit Guardian, Chosen, Shelled Parasite, 3 Birds, or 2 Thieves. We've already seen Shelled Parasite and 2 Thieves, so the next fights are either going to be 3 Birds, Chosen, or Spirit Guardian. Which of those are hard for us? Well, we just bought Bronze Scales, so Birds are pretty easy. Spirit Guardian is not super fun because we can't talk to the hand on him. But also he just doesn't have enough health. Like, we just kill him. We have a Protect Plus, so I'm not too worried about him. Chosen, we have enough block return that she's just not threatening, and we get to get weave back when we scry. So I don't think we're too worried about her either. So the regen pot is going to be good because all of those fights are long enough for it to be good, and we're not afraid of them, so we probably won't take too much damage. So I think regen pot is correct because it's the sort of default pick because it directly heals you. I think removing a strike is probably the only option for this card remove. Yeah. And then I think Carve Reality is the best of the remaining cards. Pressure Points is way out. Crescendo's out. You could pick Panacea, I guess. But I'm not sure what you're expecting to combo with it. It's kind of a dead card. So I'm picking Carve Reality, and I'm not going to record Panacea as an option. Alright. Hey, that wasn't listed as one of the fights. Oh, it's only the first 2 encounters of Act 2 are easy. Darn. So we're in remaining encounters now. Alright, so we're always going to Nirvana. We could upgrade all these cards. Seems like kind of a waste, especially since we're definitely using Regen Pot. So we don't have to worry about the marginal value of the opportunity cost. So we're saving Protect. We're paying Strike on Sentry. That's pretty clear. There's no point in defending, so we're definitely developing Nirvana. And then we could Flying Sleeves now just to use mana up. They both have artifact charges, so we're not trying to combo Flying Sleeves with Talk to the Hand, so I think it's best to just use it now. I think this is a 0 decision turn. We have Conclude, but not enough damage to kill the Sentry. Unless we Third Eye and draw Weave with it, in which case we still don't have enough damage. But we're off by a lower amount. We could use our Blessing of the Forge this turn to block for... Let's see, that would block for 2 more, and this would... They'd block for 7 when they're upgraded, right? Oh, they block for 8. Wow. That is a basic mechanic that I did not know correctly. So this would block for 9, that would block for 8. That is 17. So I'd probably do Third Eye, Double Defend, Conclude. If I do that right now, I take 4 damage. If I do the Blessing of the Forge, I would take 0. I generally expect potions to heal for like 10, so healing for 4 is pretty unimpressive. But it also does let me scry for 2 more cards, and I might draw these Defends and Third Eyes again. I might have a secondary chance to block. Also, Blessing of the Forge just like isn't very good. It's like among the worst potions, I would say. So maybe this is his chance to shine. Alright, Blessing of the Forge, you get him. Oh, it also upgrades Miracle. I wasn't thinking about that. That's quite good. I want Talk to the Hand and Vigilance Empty Fist. Let's see, can I do Broken Things with Eruption and Empty Fist? I don't think so. Strike is not good. Baseball's attacking for 22 next turn, so I'm just going to take the defensive cards. I'm actually going to mulligan and Talk to the Hand as well. Okay. And then we're just defend, concluding. Actually, we can... Oh no, we have to do that one. Okay. I was thinking we could just play one of them, but then we would have taken 1 damage. Nobody wants to take 1 damage. I love it when Weave and Cut Through Fader in the bottom of the deck. It's my favorite thing. We'll go ahead and kill... So we're definitely killing Sentry and attacking Spirit Guardian. Is that true? We're definitely blocking for as much as we can this turn. We're going to have trouble blocking for 22 because we are frail. So we probably want to just block for as much as we can in addition to killing Sentry. And we have a lot of energy with which to do that. So we can Protect, Vigilance, Defend, which blocks for 18, 21, and Carve Reality. So I think that's probably what we're doing. Is this a decision? I don't really think so. You want to block for as much as you can here, and Carve Reality is better than Strike in every way because you just develop a Smite. Okay, this is also the right turn to use Protect because it shuffles back in. I guess I could like Smite instead of Defend, but no, Defend is better. Alright, so we get the old Weave Cut Through Fate combo. We want to block for 11 and we can't do it, so we're going to Cut Through Fate first and look for options. I guess we could actually Eruption basically for free, so we're going to Eruption first. We should have Eruptioned before we Weaved, obviously, but we didn't know that at the time. I think if we take Conclude, we have Lethal. So I'm going to take Conclude. Yeah, definitely Lethal. Second copy of Weave is pretty much an auto pick. We need that to really go off against the heart. So there we go. I think that's no decision. Oh, look at how small they are. They're like small normally, and now they're extra small because of Preserved Insect. Those are like some really tiny, sneaky gremlins. We Conclude also, which is great. So we're definitely going to talk to the hand this turn. And we're definitely going to block twice. Hey Hoddington, how's it going? We could... Okay, so if we Conclude now, we block for 13 and take 5. It seems pretty clear that doing a Miracle and blocking for 5 is good enough use of Miracle, so I'm not going to count that as a decision. Alright, we got the old Weave Cut Through Fate. There's no Wrath or anything in hand to think about. We get Nirvana and a second Weave, wow. Okay, the deck is working now. Now it does stuff it didn't do before. We want to do damage, so we're going to Carve Reality and Empty Fate. It looks like we're getting a perfect here. Oh, we didn't draw Eruption, which I was expecting. So we can either block for 20 to try and keep the perfect, or we can kill him. So Talk to the Hand is 8 plus Smite, that's 21, plus 7, 14 is 35, which is not enough. But then it does also get a bunch of block returns. This one gets 3, and then we get 6 times 3, which is 18. So we actually block out by just punching the Gremlin Leader. And then we put him into lethal range for next turn, so there's no downside there. We could kill him by letting him attack us, but then he would do damage, and we wouldn't get perfect. We want to get perfect. Foresight is amazing in the deck. I wasn't even thinking about that card because I've never really built like a Scry Synergy deck, which is weird because I've played a whole bunch of Watcher games now. Yeah, it seems like Foresight's pretty clearly in the deck. Alright, we should probably slow down on picking cards because we're pretty good now. So we probably want to develop Talk to the Hand on somebody and then punch somebody else, because we want the Talk to the Hand guy to stick around. So let's put Talk to the Hand on the guy with the most health, and then punch the guy with the least health. And we'll keep Carve Reality and play it and Empty Fist, and then Miracle Out Conclude this turn. And I don't think there's a reasonable other decision to be made. You don't need to defend, and there's no reason to spend Smite because it stays in your hand. Okay, we can Flying Sleeves to kill this one, or we could Flying Sleeves to get 6 block return on that one. We probably are going to Third Eye this turn, so we should probably do that first and look for the 2 Weaves. Let's see, we could alternately Smite this one to get extra block return. Assuming we kill this one and Third Eye, then we're taking 5 damage, and we can just defend to block out. So we can keep all the health on the block return guy, and punch the other guy, and keep flying sleeves. So I think that's probably what we're doing. I'll keep Protect and Talk to the Hand for next turn. And I am going to use Smite on this one. I guess it's a decision to spend Smite. Is it a decision, or is that just like an auto? Maybe, yeah, there is a decision here, because I could Strike, Defend. It's kind of wasteful. Actually, both of them are almost equally wasteful in terms of damage. So this wastes 2 damage, this wastes 5, and this wastes, both of these waste 6. So Smite is slightly less wasteful, but then also wastes a retain card. So I think there's 3 decisions here, and I'm going to take the Strike, Defend line, maximize my retained cards. Okay, we found Weave. We need to get 22 block or to kill one of them this turn. We can probably get that by killing the current block return guy. Let's see, actually we can't scry, so we can't like get a ton of block return off of him. So maybe we double block return him and then punch him a bunch to get our 22 block. Let's see, what's our maximum damage here? We've got 13 plus 10 is 23, plus 8 is 31, plus 5 is 36. So we can, assuming we can play all that, and we can, we could kill this one. And if we did so, we would get 0 block return plus 2, 3, 4 times 3. We would get 12 block return. So we would block out perfectly against him, and we would have 1 mana left over, so we could develop Foresight, which seems good. Does that mean that we would... No, because we draw cards at the end of our turn, right? So we wouldn't get this Weave back. Okay. Yeah, so let's do the thing that I talked about. I think this is pretty much an auto-play turn. I think this is pretty clearly the best option. Yeah, so we do actually do the scrying before we draw, so I think I get both Weaves back. And I think Eruption probably lets me kill him this turn, so let's plan on that. Oh, no. Okay, so awkwardly, so you scry, and then you draw cards, and then Weave has a chance to proc. That is some pretty unintuitive mechanics right there. But we have lethal, so we don't need to think anymore about this turn. We could take an upgraded Cut Through Fate. I said I was going to stop adding cards to the deck, but I think I lied, because upgraded Cut Through Fate is great. It's a really great card just on average. It's really great in this situation. Thanks for coming to the party, Cut Through Fate. We can remove a card. We probably want to do that. We might want to remove a Defend. The strikes are pretty good with Talk to the Hand, and they do damage, whereas Defend does not. Sometimes Defend is really good, but not really in this deck. I think it's defensible to do a strike here, so I'm going to say this is an option with, or a choice with 2 options. Actually, I don't have like a curse or anything, do I? No. Yeah, all the other cards are way better. So I'm going to remove a Defend. It's reasonable to do either. This is not a decision. The question mark is just better. And I definitely want to get the fire first. Alright, Pen Nib or Sapphire Key. We do have to get Sapphire Key at some point, and we will be sad if we take like Curse Key from this elite. Is Pen Nib good? The best thing to hit Pen Nib on right now is either Smite or Conclude, which aren't like super high value things. So we could just take the key right now, but we do have lots of Weaves, so we do get to set up a lot of Pen Nibs. So I think I'll take it. I think we have more chance of killing the Heart if we take Pen Nib right now than if we pass it, but I will record it as an option. I think it's reasonable to do either. Okay. This is pretty much always an option. Ritual Dagger combos great with Pen Nib. We're a little bit late, and it costs health. Let's see, so at rest sites, how much do you heal at rest sites? You just heal 30% plus 15. Yes, I am actually keeping a tally. Yeah, so I'm like recording in a little document that said all the decisions that I'm making during this run. Not a description of what they are. I'm just recording the floor on which they happened and how many options there were. So we're healing for 30% of 74, which is, I don't know, some number. Calculators know what it is. It is 22. So we're healing for 22 plus 15 is 37. So if we healed for 37 right now, we would go to 70. So we don't need to take extra damage to get value out of the fire. My goal in recording it is, so I'm a game developer, and my purpose with this channel is to try and develop a community of people who are interested in the sorts of games that I'm playing on the channel and are interested in sort of my game development process. So I'm trying to be a little bit transparent about how you might play a game as a designer. So I'm like playing this very intentionally to figure out how the game works and why it's fun. And for me, a portion of why it's fun is sort of the pacing of the decisions and how many options there are in the decisions. And so this allows me to attach some numbers to those metrics and think about how I want to apply those numbers to the games that I'm making. And think about how those numbers exist in other contexts, in other games. Earlier we were talking about like what it means to like make a decision in like Guitar Hero and Super Meat Boy, and yeah. So I'm focusing on like strategy games, which is why I'm playing Slay the Spire and roguelikes. Other roguelikes, I thought this was really interesting, but other roguelikes tend to have way more complex decision spaces. So like if you're playing, you know, like Rogue or like NetHack or something. One of those like, you know, Berlin roguelikes, and I hate to use this terminology, but you know, that's sort of where we're at as a community. If you do if you're talking about like an official roguelike, they have like wands and like all sorts of consumables that you could theoretically use at any time. So I was realizing that as you're sort of like just walking around in a tactical context in one of those fights, you kind of always have like 70 options you could do. And I think that part of the reason that those Berlin roguelikes are less accessible is because they just bombard you with things you could do. And so it makes it really difficult to figure out what you should do. And Slay the Spire, the most options that I've ever been presented with that are sort of reasonable is 7. And the reason it was even so high there is because there was like lots of different cards I could have upgraded. So I thought that was really interesting, and I wanted to attach some numbers to it, so here I am. I don't need to take the hit point damage to get full value out of the fire. And the deck is kind of full, so it's not like a great idea necessarily to grab the dagger. We do have to rest at the fire because we have Fusion Hammer, so we can't plan on taking an upgrade there. And I think given that we're going to rest and we're going to have so much health, it's pretty worth it to take Ritual Dagger. Ritual Dagger, especially with Pen Nib, can end up really contributing quite nicely to the deck's performance in hallway fights. Although you do end up taking some damage that you don't really need to in order to enable Ritual Dagger to get those side quests. But even just like a 1-mana attack that does 15 damage is like pretty fine in the deck. Like we could have taken, for example, on our Act 1 boss reward, we skipped, but we could have taken Brilliance, which is the like mantra synergy attack. And I think because we skipped that, we have a 23 card deck instead of a 24 card deck. and we can take Ritual Dagger now. Alright, so we have to rest. Alright, and then we have a bunch of health, so I think we feel pretty good about taking the Elite. Aw, tiny slavers. We already fought this guy once. Okay, so we have Talk to the Hand, Weave, and Cut Through Fate, so we're going to get a bunch of block return. We're probably going to Talk to the Hand and then get 3, 6, 9 block return at least. Pen Nib is not stacked up, so I don't think we can kill this slaver. We generally want to go after this one first. He does the most damage and he nets ya. So yeah, let's Talk to the Hand and then Weave, because we want the block return and we want to cast Weave before Cut Through Fate. But then we want to cast Cut Through Fate to see what the options are. We don't really want to Wrath at all during this fight, so we'll get rid of that. But then strikes are bad, so I'll get rid of a strike, but I do want a strike right now for the block return, so I will take one right now. We almost did kill him. If I'd taken the Eruption, we could have killed him, but we would have taken way more damage. So. I don't need the Miracle, we can just play Foresight. I have seen Noita. I haven't played it, although I am excited to do so at some point. So they're attacking me for 16. I probably do want a Third Eye, and I don't really want to defend. Okay, we have Conclude, so we can probably kill at least one of them, if not both. We also have Protect. Okay, so we have Vigilance, Empty Fist, so we can generate a bunch of block for cheap. And we can Weave twice, because we have Third Eye. We might be able to Weave 3 times, if we're able to find the other one with Third Eye. And then we can Conclude. So Conclude's going to do 17 if we aren't able to Pen Nib it. If we are able to Pen Nib it, then we only need to do 5 damage to this Taskmaster, and then we win. So if we Weave, Empty Fist, and Scry, then we get to Weave again, so that's 3 attacks, so this would be up to 8. So it doesn't look like we can probably Conclude. Yeah. No, we could get it up to 9. Oh wait, no, if we get it up to 9, then it's active, right? Yeah, because then it's the 10th attack. So if Weave gets the other, if Third Eye gets the other Weave, then we can Pen Nib Conclude and win the fight right now. I think let's not plan around that. Let's plan on doing 17 damage to him. Can you offer more opinions on Noita? Because I'm really interested in it. I played a lot of the sand simulation games back in the day, in like Flash games, and I really enjoyed them. There's something really sort of cathartic about like setting up like a little waterfall, and then it like is falling on some plants, and the plants are growing up the waterfall. But then if they grow too far, then they hit the little fire thing that you set up, and it all burns, and then the waterfall sort of restarts it. But from the videos I've seen of Noita, it seems like it's kind of just like a Terraria clone, is the way it plays. You just sort of run around and shoot stuff. So I'm not sure if they're really delivering on that promise. But I haven't played it, so I can't really offer an opinion. So let's see. We're gonna start with okay. So we need to do 16 damage to him, which is inconvenient because we can do 15 really easily. So I think we have to do both Weaves on him, unfortunately, to guarantee that Conclude kills him. And we have to Weave before we Third Eye. Yeah, it definitely is a really interesting situation, but it seems like mostly the way it applies is that all the terrain's destructible, so you can like, blow up a, something that somebody was walking on, and then they fall into something. But that's like kind of the way that like Spelunky interacts with terrain, and it's less of the like really intricate interactions, because those interactions will kill you, right? Like it's hard to design a game around. So we have to Weave before we Third Eye. and we have to. We can weave Third Eye before we Empty Fist, and that's good because we want to be able to kill the Taskmaster if we do get Weave from the Third Eye. But it probably doesn't matter. We didn't get it. Oh, right. Ritual Dagger. I should be thinking about that more. Okay, so we definitely can proc Ritual Dagger this turn. Or, oh, I guess we have to proc it next turn, because that was Third Eye and not Cut Through Fate. So we're going to Vigilance, Empty Fist, and then Weave Conclude. So we've blocked out, and we've procced Pen Nib. So we can just Ritual Dagger him to death, which is the exact ideal thing you want to do. Actually, we want to play an additional attack, because then we get closer to proccing Pen Nib again. Yeah. Okay. Don't forget the Ritual Daggers in the deck, because otherwise it'll be a bad card. None of these say Scry on them, and the deck's kind of full. We're not just taking random Garbo. I'm not going to record that as a decision. Oh, Surprise Shop. Oh, darn. We can't take Goldeneye. Unless we click on it really fast. Maybe he'll give it to us if we click really fast. No. We would love to have Melange as well. But we can't have that either. Melange is actually not like super good. It doesn't give you Weaves back generally, unless they're in the top 3 cards of the deck. And we can't afford these, so why are we even talking about them? We can afford Vault, and Vault is great. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever like not take a Vault that's on sale for $89. Dark Shackles is also pretty good. Dark Shackles is super good against some of the Act 3 bosses, and it's good against Champ, who is our elite. It's pretty rare that you get to take a Piercing Wail as a non-silent, so I am pretty excited about that. So it's kind of Dark Shackles versus Vault here for me, which is an absolutely great position to be in. I love both of these cards, and they both exhaust, so they're not really like adding a ton of cards to the deck. Hoddington, so it's cool that like you made water dangerous and like that like ice interacts with water, and it's like, but they don't have the like for me the sand games were about building something, right? You're trying to like set up some cycle or like make a big explosion or something, and it just doesn't seem like Noita's delivering on the like, I'm gonna make this crazy complex trap, you know, and then like these monsters are gonna wander into it because whatever, some reason. Like I saw somebody who built a Minecraft area where like he let all these monsters spawn outside, and then he had like a system that like would raise a sheep up to the ground, and the monsters would go and attack the sheep, and then it would like retract the sheep, and the monsters would like fall into a trap and die. And I was like, whoa, this person is like XP farming in a game where like XP doesn't matter. It's like, that stuff's just really fun. Yeah, it's definitely a really big game. They've got a lot of regions, for sure. It's something I need to play. It's on the list, but I also haven't played like Binding of Isaac, which is really embarrassing. So there are other games on the list as well. This is definitely a decision. I'm going to say this is a decision with 3 options. You can either Vault, Dark Shackles, or card remove. I'm doing Dark Shackles, even though I love Vault. Okay, so we have Talk to the Hand. We also have Dark Shackles. Pays off right away. So we're definitely going to Talk to the Hand, and we're definitely going to Dark Shackles this turn. And there's honestly no reason to think about any of this, because we can just play all the cards in our hand and block perfectly. We did get maximum boot value there, so that's pretty cool. Let's see. So he's attacking for 24. I'll keep Flying Sleeves, even though it's kind of bad against Malleable, just because it has so much block return. I'll keep Conclude as well, just because it does so much damage. I'll mulligan the Defend, because it doesn't do very much. Okay. So we get to Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave. Malleable is a bit of a problem for this fight. We could Eruption first if we have lethal this turn. That sounds like something we need to think about. So we can Eruption, Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave, Conclude. And then we could also Miracle out Flying Sleeves. Or we could Cut Through Fate and find something. I guess the best thing is another Weave to throw away, or Ritual Dagger. So if we find... Yeah, okay. Alright. We're not going to kill him this turn, because if we kill him this turn, we don't get Ritual Dagger value. I guess, okay, first thing to do is figure out if we can kill him this turn. If we can kill him this turn, then we need to figure out if we want to, or if we want to save him for a Ritual Dagger proc. Okay, so is Eruption, Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave, Flying Sleeves, Conclude lethal? So Eruption does 10, Cut Through Fate does 20, so that's 30. 2 Weaves, each do 10, so that... Wow, it's nice how all these numbers are 10. 30, so that 2 Weaves, each do 10, that's 50. Flying Sleeves does 20, that's 70. Conclude does 34, so that ends up being 104 damage. Which is like way more than we need. Even with all the Malleable procs in the world, there's no way he's surviving that. Alternately, we would need to block for 24. Conveniently, we get 3 block return, and he is attacking for something times 3, so we know we would need to attack him 8 times, which we definitely can't do. So, how would we do enough damage to not kill him? Yeah, I think not killing him is not on the table. I think the only way that that we're getting Ritual Dagger off this turn, or this fight, is if we get it this turn. So let's just look for it this turn. It's not any of these cards, but it might be the next card. It is! Ritual Dagger, thanks for showing up. Welcome to the party. These aren't good enough. None of them are upgraded. We don't do enough stance dancing for flurry blows. Yeah, we're skipping these. Okay, now we have to either overheal. We could also be really aggressive and just take the Ruby Key right now. So if we heal for 37, we do overheal a bit. We miss out on 5 healing, is it? Let's see. So we would go up to 72, and then we want to heal for 7 more, but we've only got... Yeah, so we'd miss out on 5 healing. But we'd still get 32 healing, which is quite a bit. If we don't take the health, do we survive? Yeah. I mean, real-time physics-based NetHack is pretty fucking cool, though. So... I'm not against it. And it does seem like the wands have sort of, like, interesting proc-gen-y properties. So, like, yeah, it's definitely... I need to play around with it. I don't know. I don't know what game I want to happen in the sand genre. But it doesn't seem to me like you're going to be running around killing stuff inside the sand machine. Do we win if we don't take the health? I feel like we die if we take the relic, but maybe not. So okay, so he does purge debuffs, which is really dangerous to us because we rely on Talk of the Hand. But after the first couple of shuffles, where we tend to be safe because we have Talk of the Hand giving us lots of block back, we have Nirvana and Foresight developed. And then we also have an advantage against him because we can Dark Shackles away his strength before he purges debuffs. That isn't guaranteed to happen, but it would be nice. He also has multi-attacks, so Dark Shackles is just good. I think we can get away with it, so I'm going to take the ruby key. Alright, so probably don't want to eruption this turn because we don't have enough block to back it up. I think we definitely want to use the power potion on this fight, so let's do it right now. A second copy of Nirvana seems really good, especially since he's going to frail us. So getting sources of block that are immune to being frailed away is good. Battle Hymn is also quite good, but it's sort of a different game plan, and it seems like that's not the game plan we're doing. So we're going to take Nirvana. I think we're letting Orichalcum proc this turn, because we have no sources of block. So I guess we don't even have a choice. We do get Pen Nib Conclude, which I totally planned around and did on purpose, and didn't mess up. We could have gotten a double damage one, but then we would also take double damage, and we don't want to do that. So no choices so far. We're trying to save Dark Shackles, but Protect and Carve Reality are both fine. Okay, so here's our first copy of Talk to the Hand. I think we're pretty fine playing at least one Talk to the Hand during the first phase. Probably both, but maybe not. We don't need any block this turn, so we don't really care about the order of stuff. We do need to play a Weave before Cut Through Fate, but that's really the only restriction, so let's do that now. We found the other Talk to the Hand, so we can develop them both right now, which I think is probably something we want to do. Okay, so let's play both Talk to the Hands and Weave, and then let's Carve Reality. I'm not going to try and land Ritual Dagger on him, because he's a boss, but hey, if it happens, that would be cool. Let's get rid of this. Oh, he's attacking us for 27. Flying Sleeves actually blocks for more than Defend right now, because we're frail, and we have 6 block return, so we'll keep that one. So the way block return works is you don't have to attack. You don't have to do damage. You just have to attack them. So this Weave will give block return. And then we can do Cut Through Fate to get back Weave. Annoyingly, we don't get the other Weave. Or we might not get the other Weave. I think we're going to generate enough block this turn that we don't really care about his attacking for 27. So this is going to block for 6, this is going to block for 12. That alone blocks us out, so let's see what's up. We want to get that Nirvana developed, so let's do that. And now we have Pen Nib up. Pen Nib is going to come up a lot. It's like, I knew it was going to be a lot, but that's a lot. And we can Third Eye to get 2 more strikes, but let's do that after we use the Pen Nib up. So let's go ahead and use the Smite. I think it does the most damage, so yeah. Wait, yeah. And then we'll Third Eye, getting rid of the Weave for sure, and the Defend for sure. I think I'll leave a Strike for next turn. Cool. Yeah, blocking for 53. Seems good. Yeah, I decided I want to leave it for some reason, so there it is. Alright, we're going to Third Eye before we Cut Through Fate. We'll leave the Conclude and see if Cut Through Fate still wants it. It would be nice to be in Calm, but I think I care more about doing damage, so I'll keep Conclude. I'll just keep everything. And then we're going to Strike Conclude. Still no choices yet in this fight. It's been a pretty easy one so far. I'll get rid of that Strike, looking for a Weave. Found Weave. This was not a good shuffle for the Weaves. I think we don't want to look at any cards from the top of the deck because we have Cut Through Fate and Weave, so we can Cut Through Fate first to shuffle, and then play Weave and put it in the discard. Although that does require us to intentionally draw Ascender's Bane, which is a little bit painful. We'll develop Carve Reality. And then, okay, so we either have to play Ritual Dagger or not this turn, because there's no other efficient way to use mana. So I think we are officially tapping out of getting Ritual Dagger value. But we might as well get it. Oh wait, so now if we do 33 damage, he's going to reset. And we want to be pretty careful about that reset. If we do 14 damage, he does not reset, because he resets at 220. It seems like a bit of a waste to Flying Sleeves while we're weak, or Pendiv Flying Sleeves while we're weak, but we've got a lot of Pendiv procs flying around, so I don't feel like it's too bad. Oh wait, I was clearly wrong about Ritual Dagger triggering his reset, because he's got more health than that. So we have to leave all these alone if we want to live the Weave in the next Shuffle Dream. And then we're going to cut through Fate first, so that we draw a card, and then we can put the Weaves in the deck. We're already blocked out, so we don't need to consider doing anything crazy. We could go into Eruption and still block out, which avoids making us use Ritual Dagger, which is kind of neat. If we go into Eruption the next turn, we can do a bunch of damage, hopefully, and then get him to reset. He hasn't given himself any strength, which is weird. I think he usually gives himself strength. I was planning on Dark Shackling him to take away the strength during the reset, but he doesn't have any. Get rid of these. So this is probably him gaining strength. Okay, we'll use the two Weaves, and then we'll scry, get him back. These are all good cards to be playing during hopefully high damage next turn. Let's see. So if we do just two Weaves, we could leave him alone here, and he wouldn't reset. Is that what we want, or do we want to hit him harder and make him reset? We can only hit him for an additional 34, but that's quite a lot. And next turn, we get to do quite a bit of damage. Although we're almost guaranteed to not get Dark Shackles next turn. I say almost because we could shuffle and draw one card. And it would be nice to Dark Shackles him during the reset. Oh, also, if I strike right now, I get to Pendiv Flying Sleeves with Wrath. So I think that's good enough to compel me to want to do it. All right, there. He got the strength. I'm gonna keep all of these. Okay, so we can. I think we are going to cut through Fate, getting rid of Empty Fist, so that we can get the Weaves into the next shuffle. It's a little bit dangerous because that does leave us in Wrath mode, and Empty Fist we could use to get out of Wrath mode this turn. But, you know, that's the only way to draw Dark Shackles, and Dark Shackles does like time walk him, you know, because he spent a whole turn getting that 4 strength. Dark Shackles also doesn't block for anything right now, so that's something to consider. Empty Fist does quite a bit of damage. Although it actually kind of doesn't, because it means that we can't end turn with Wrath Conclude, which also does quite a bit of damage. Okay, I think we're going to cut through Fate and get rid of Empty Fist. And then try and draw Dark Shackles, but we didn't. So we want to leave the smite in hand. Ideally, we're going to pen nib smite. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, if he had 8 strength, then getting it now would be better, because then it would be like I'm Dark Shacklisting him every turn. But yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and Miracle out the conclude, because it's pretty important that we don't miss too much damage here. There's Dark Shackles. I'll keep that, and the way out of the stance. And this scries for our weave, so it actually does quite a bit of damage. So I'll keep them all. So there's our pen nib. So we actually don't really care that he's going to execute us. Okay, can we find Ritual Dagger? Is it possible? It is not possible. There's no card draw in the hand. Which is kind of a bummer. Okay, so we want to do as many attacks as possible. So we should go for minimum damage, as long as we can still get there. Which is strike. So if we strike him, he takes 28 and goes to 33. And then we can Empty Fist for 20, and he goes to 13, and then we can still smite him. So smite is currently doubled twice, so if we take the damage and divide it by 4, it does 12, and we're leaving him at 13, I think. So I think we're gonna... Oh wait, we have Third Eye too, so we can just get back our weaves if we leave him at the wrong number. So weave actually does less damage than strike, so we could weave, and then do other things. I think we've got enough damage that we can kind of mess around and do weave, as long as we stay in Wrath for at least a little while. There's Ritual Dagger. Oh, we almost got there. 1 card away. Darn. Okay, so either of these kills him now. Okay. We maybe could have gotten 1 more pen nib stack, but that doesn't really matter. Okay, so we could get Deus Ex Machina. I'm not sure if we have enough stuff that needs mana for that. We do have Cut Through Fates that draw a bit. Omnisciencing and getting 2 copies of Talk to the Hand is neat, but you don't get to target them when you do that. You can also use it on Ritual Dagger. If, for nothing else, it tutors it out of the deck. But we don't have any like super good targets for Omniscience like Diva Form. And Spirit Shield is nice in that it gets a bunch of block, but we're trying to mostly block from Talk to the Hand. So I don't think we want any of these. Yeah. Also, Deus Ex Machina ends up shuffling miracles into the deck sometimes, which is kind of gross. We could Astrolabe. It's kind of a sneaky way of getting some upgrades. We would probably Astrolabe 3 strikes. Yeah, we don't have any like attack synergy cards. We did get away with doing the early key, which is kind of cheeky. We could Sacred Bark and then Distilled Chaos to play top 6 cards of the draw pile, which is nuts. We could take a House, which is probably less good than Sacred Bark. So I think it's between Astrolabe and Sacred Bark, which makes this a decision of 2 things. I think there was some decisions during the champ fight that I probably missed. I, like, for example, made the decision to stay in Wrath form. Yeah, I think I was just more concentrated on winning the fight than recording my observations, so that was a bit of an oops. So transform 3 and upgrade them. Let's see. You can get really good stuff. You can also get some kind of bad stuff. But I think I would get rid of the defends, because the defends themselves are quite bad at this point. And we could get a Wave of the Hand. without adding a card to the deck, which I think is good enough to justify it. Also, we could get stuff that scries, which would obviously be super powerful. And since we have tons of scrying, we really don't need to worry too much about getting bad cards. Like, getting bad cards is like an annoyance that we can scry around, and not like something that could be run-ending. So I think we're going to take Astrolabe, but I do like Sacred Bark as well. There's sort of a middle-of-the-road choice where I could do like 1 strike and 2 defends, or 2 strikes and 1 defend. I think that I like 3 defends, but I'm going to count this as a 4-option decision. Oh, we got another copy of Weave. That's nice. Scrawl also works quite well. Apparently we got Deus Ex Machina anyway, so that's something. But yeah, these all are pretty good. Scrawl helps us find the Talk to the Hand super fast. Yeah, I like where this deck's going. Looks like a heart killer to me. That's kind of a bummer. Time Lord. We're at Ascension 20, so we're going to have to fight 2 bosses anyway. So Time Lord was always looming over this run. But we'll have a chance to get some more relics before we get to him. We do have to take the Fire Elite, or the Super Elite, and then we probably have to take the key out of this chest, so we can't count on getting too powered up. The easiest way to get... so we can either go this way and take 2 question marks, or we can go this way and take 1 question mark. I think we want 2 question marks. So we'll go this way, because we definitely want the fire. Okay, that's not a decision. Okay, we conclude this turn, which is nice against these guys. We're going to Talk to the Hand and Flying Sleeve somebody, which is 18 damage. 18 plus 17 is 25. So we'll do 25 plus 7 is 32 to somebody. How is that not enough damage? It seems like it should be enough damage. So it's 8 plus 10 is 18, plus 7 is 25, plus 17 is 32, yep. So we don't do enough damage to kill the Exploder. Exploder is probably the first priority. And we're going to get 2, 3, 4, 12 block return, but we are still going to take 12 damage because there's no block in hand. Because we got rid of all of our defense. This used to be a defend. Now it's Weave plus. I did do the math wrong. What in the world happened? How did I get that wrong? So Talk to the Hand did 8. I did the math really carefully. Did I only count 1/2 of Flying Sleeves or something? So we did Talk to the Hand, we did Weave plus, so 8 plus 7 was 15, and then this did 10, so that was 25, yeah, and then it was 42, not 32. I just added incorrectly. I added 17 to 25 and got 37, which is wrong. Okay, well we've got Weave and Carve Reality, so we can do a bunch of damage. It doesn't really matter, because we're going to kill them all this turn. Ooh, Ritual Dagger, almost forgot. Thanks for popping up, Ritual Dagger. Oh, shoot. I'll do the lower damage one so that we can start to reset Pen Nib for next fight. And then get a stack on Ritual Dagger. Just Lucky's really good. It scries. I don't know if the deck is too full for that. Third Eye also scries, and we did just get rid of all of our defend cards. Yeah, I think I would like to get a Third Eye plus for like the last card we add to the deck, but if I'm getting offered a regular Third Eye, I think I'm taking it. That's a decision for sure. I think there were 3 options there. You could take Third Eye, you could skip, or you could take Just Lucky. This is always a decision, because you can always die doing this fight. I think we're going to be fine, but this is a decision. 2 options. Alright, so we got Weave and Cut Through Fate, so we get to do a little bit of extra damage right away. We might want to Distilled Chaos here to see if we can find a Talk to the Hand. Actually, I'm going to Cut Through Fate first, and then I might leave something on top of the deck to Distilled Chaos intentionally. And obviously we want to Weave before we Cut Through Fate because we get it back for free. You know what? Actually, we can Third Eye, which has all the same advantages, except if all 3 of the cards are good, you can leave all 3 on the top. So I'm going to do that. We do get Talk to the Hand. I'll do a random card instead of Strike, just to see. And then we are going to Distill Chaos. It looks like the random card was Weave, which is pretty perfect. So now we get block return from hitting this guy, and they're hitting us for 27, so we need pretty much as much block return as we can find. So we'll Cut Through Fate. I don't think we can get Ritual Dagger off this turn, but it looks like we could get it next turn. Actually, we have Pen Nib coming up, so I bet we can Ritual Dagger right now. Okay, so we are in the middle of doing a Cut Through Fate, which has reduced his health to 63. If we are Pen Nibbed, Ritual Dagger will do 48 damage. So can we do 2 attacks to get him down to 48? Well, we can do Smite, and Smite does 12 damage by default, so it does 13 now. So after Smite, he would be down to 50, and then we can do Weave. So yes, we can trigger Ritual Dagger right now. Click cancel. And we can Foresight. We can just Weave twice, I think. Oh wait, no, we need to Smite. Okay, so we'll Smite, and then do the little Weave. It's definitely going to do... Okay, now it says it's going to do 25, so we can Weave on somebody else to set up Pen Nib. And do 50 damage there. Get ourselves a little stack. Play the other Weaves for no reason. And I will Miracle out one of these 2. I think it's reasonable to do either, but Foresight is way better. Actually, no, it's not reasonable to do either. Foresight is so much better. Okay. Let's get rid of a burn. And I don't think we need Dark Shackles this turn. We're going to get enough block return. So let's play the cards in the order that gets me block return. Okay, and then we can have 6 more block return, which almost blocks out, and then we can block out with Strike. So I don't need to think too much about that. And then we'll Nirvana. Cool. I think we can go into Eruption and kill him this turn, so let's plan on that. And I'm not going to do math because I'm pretty confident. Okay, we want to play... Shoot, I messed up. They all kill him. I forgot about Pen Nib. Stone Calendar is kind of a weird addition to the pool. I feel like we're trying to kill people faster than that, but Stone Calendar ends up being 52 health out of the heart pretty much every time. It's hard to kill the heart that fast. So that's neat. Okay. I am a little bit concerned that a lot of our damage seems to be coming out of Ritual Dagger, and you can't actually make Ritual Dagger kill the heart, you know? Like, it's... you can't do that much damage with it. There's a cap, because it exhausts. But I think we're doing pretty well. None of these are getting added to the deck for sure. This is not a decision. Okay, Darklings. Darklings are hard. You can also kill them with Stone Calendar, and that's kind of neat. So we don't have any cool stuff happening this turn. So we might just need to Vigilance Protect. I guess Protect by itself does most of the work. So we could just Protect Third Eye, try to set up for next turn. Unfortunately, we can't Vigilance Third Eye. That makes us take a bunch of damage. Oh wait, no it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. So let's Protect and Third Eye and Foresight, I think is the turn. And I'm not going to count that as making a decision. Wow! 2 cards that scry and a weave. I will leave those all there, and then I will look at them twice with that. No decisions that turn. Yep. You know about those. Okay, we've got a ton of miracles in hand now. We don't have any source of block return, so I think we need to plan on killing this one. I think he's more in range of killing. We could theoretically go after this one, but he has too much health, I think. So we're going to weave this one and cut through fate. We're mostly looking for block return. Conclude is nice, though. Yeah, well, no, none of these cards block, so I'm going to mulligan them all. Nirvana does get us 3 block right now, so that's something at least. We can Ritual Dagger him to death, and I think it does count. They changed how Ritual Dagger works in Darkling fights. So it currently does 27, and so it should go up to 30. Does it still only count the last one? I knew it used to. I thought they changed it. Well, that's really disappointing. Shoot. Well, I should have done something different there. I think that's probably worth going back and undoing, because it both wastes the Ritual Dagger and makes me take more damage than I might otherwise need to. Okay, so this turn was easy. We just protect Foresight, Third Eyed, and we left all the cards there. Yep. Okay, and then we weaved this guy, and then cut through fate, and then we were looking for something better, and then we got Nirvana, and we played it, and we weaved this guy again, we cut through fate, and then we kept Ritual Dagger, but we kept it based on a mistake, so we're not going to repeat that mistake. And this time we got Carve Reality. Okay, so we're going to weave. I think doing both half of Carve Reality does kill him. Yeah, it kills him perfectly, so let's do that. So we end up taking the same amount of damage. I am going to actually Miracle out a Strike, because we have a ton of miracles in hand, so the downside's pretty limited. But I think you could choose not to do this, so this is a choice. 2 options, you could either do it or not. There's both Talk to the Hands, and Scroll is also good with miracles, so keep that. Okay, so the plan this turn, I think, is to kill him and get a bunch of block return, or get as much block return as we need to off of, let's see. We have a lot of damage. Actually, our card draw is, oh man, this is such a weird turn. Okay, so what we want to do is draw 4 cards. We want to draw Third Eye, Weave, and Dark Shackles. Then we're going to Dark Shackles this last Darkling, and we want Scrawl to cause a shuffle so that we can play all the Weaves, get them in the next shuffle, and then Third Eye them. So in order to draw 4 cards, we need to have 6 or fewer cards in hand, so we can accomplish that by playing both Miracles and at least 1. We can play Talk to the Hands here. They get us an extra mana. We're going to be Dark Shackles-ing you, so you're going to do 2 times 2 damage, 4 damage. So we actually want to Dark Shackles this one, because he has more total health. Actually, we're going to split the Dark Shackles. We're going to do 1 on each, so that if we kill one of them, the other one still has Dark Shackles. Okay, so now we're drawing a bunch of cards. Dark Shackles-ing on you, and getting as much block return as we need off of this one. Oh, we have Eruption, so we could probably kill them both this turn. Yeah, we definitely can, because we have Weave and Eruption. Okay, so let's Eruption and then do this Weave Plus. And then do Third Eye to get back all of the Weaves. Okay, so let's count it first, just to make sure. So we're going to do Eruption, that's 10 damage, and then this Weave is 14, so that's up to 24, so he'll have 9 health left. And either of the regular weaves would kill him, and then Ritual Dagger by itself would kill him. Okay. Third eye, this doesn't matter to get all the things back. Weave there, and then we want to set up pen nib as much as possible. So we're going to do both weaves before we Ritual Dagger. Okay. Stupid game mechanics not being what I thought they were. I thought when they added the fatal keyword, as soon as I saw the fatal keyword patch note, I was like, great, they fixed the Darkling fight. But no, I guess not. They kept the mechanic the same, just changed the wording. I think taking Just Lucky is defensible, but the deck is kind of thick, so I'm not going to do it, but it does count as a decision. I don't think either of these are good enough, even though they're both upgraded, and they both do basically the same thing, because we're not doing any stance dancing. Okay, so the route we planned, we have to hit the fire, the Mega Elite, so we have to do one of these two. I don't think there's any argument to take the hallway fight. Alright, free relic. Oh wait, we would only get one normality. Oh, so that... Yeah, because I guess there are... Well, wait, all of the side quest cards exhaust themselves, though, so, like... I guess you could get, like, 6 side quest cards and just use all of them. But, like, that's such a shitty strategy. But I guess you could... No, because you can't farm them infinitely. Because they exhaust themselves. They all do it, right? Like, every single one. Lessons learned, Ritual Dagger, the gold book one. Oh wait, does the gold one not do it? Maybe that's the reason why. Yeah, Hand of Greed. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. Maybe, yeah, That sucks though, I don't like him. So we could take normality here. It's kind of a disaster, but we only take 1 copy of normality. The problem is we never go to another shop until here, so we get a ton of gold and then we don't get to use it. It is really neat to only get 1 copy of normality, and we have scrying, so we don't like necessarily have to take it, but we also have scrawl, so we'll end up scrawling into it way more than I would like. No, I think that's suicide. Not being able to heal makes our campfires totally useless, because we already can't upgrade, and we already took the whatchamacallit, key. So this one's a total non-starter. It would be neat to have all our cards upgraded, but all the really important ones already are, so we're definitely fighting a boss from Act 1, which is almost always what we do anyway. Okay. Sure. I'm not restarting this fight because it's an easy fight, but otherwise I could, because, you know, I am missing some damage here. Oh right, Ritual Dagger. We gotta figure out how to proc that this fight. Okay, so let's go into Vigilance and Third Eye. We got rid of a Weave, that's great. And we can do that. And Foresight. We're definitely not playing Ritual Dagger until we're killing him with it this fight, because it's easy. We can get a proc for sure. We do have to watch our thorns, because we will accidentally kill him if we're not careful. Why did my Weave not come back? Is my hand full? Oh, my hand's full. Well, that's stupid. Okay, so we need some block. So I'll go ahead and protect first, and then talk to the hand. And now we're out blocking his Sharp Hide, so we can attack with relative impunity. Let's take Third Eye because it says Scry on it. let's see. I guess we just want to draw like all of these and then cut through fate. Or wait, I guess we want to draw. We want to get all the weaves in hand and then shuffle. This doesn't really matter because we are kind of micro-optimizing an easy fight, so let's just ignore it. So if we do this, we draw 7, which causes a shuffle. We do it with 2 weaves in hand, which is enough, I guess. We could third eye to get 1 more weave, but then we're losing a proc on 2 weaves, so it's not worth it. So we'll draw and shuffle. We got third eye. We might be able to kill him this turn. I think we would need to have found Wrath, though, and we didn't. We could find it in the next cut through fate. So let's do these weaves, and then we're definitely getting rid of that. And I think we're just looking for Wrath here. We didn't find it. Totally wasted pen nib because I wasn't paying attention. We're going to develop Nirvana to get it out of the deck. And then we'll just third eye. Ideal draw next turn is we kill him with Ritual Dagger. We have to shuffle to make that happen. This play keeps Flying Sleeves out of the deck. Okay, we found the Eruption. If we get rid of 2 cards, we shuffle right now, but we can cause a shuffle with Cut Through Fate anyway. So let's just trust it to do what it do. We're going to Eruption... Let's see, if we Eruption first, we're gonna... I guess we have to kill him next turn. Okay, so let's Cut Through Fate to cause a shuffle right now, so that we can get the weaves in the correct shuffle, and then we're going to Dark Shackles him to block out, and we're going to enter Eruption to set it up so that Pen Nib kills him, or so that Ritual Dagger kills him. Most of the time we just draw Ritual Dagger, especially since we get beginning of turn Scry. We can miss it by 1 card, because we only scry for 3, and we'll... it is missable, but we can set it up with Pen Nib for next turn. Pen Nib and Wrath mode, which is actually unnecessary. Let's see. So we can... It already does 60 damage. No, so yeah, if you play the weaves and then you play a Cut Through Fate that causes a shuffle, you draw the card from the Cut Through Fate before the weaves would proc, so that you don't draw them. Yeah, there's a bunch of awkward effects like that where weave triggers at the end of the action, so it won't go like in the middle of the card or something. So if we play 2 attacks and get him down to 60. Then we can kill him with Ritual Dagger next turn, and set up Pen Nib at the same time. And it looks like we can do that. So he's down to 60 now. So if we just draw Pen Nib, then we can kill him with it. If oh shoot, he's got too much armor. So we drew the... Oh wait, it does 62? So he's a little bit out of range. So unfortunately we have to reset the Pen Nib here. So we'll do the low damage attacks to... so I was hoping to have Ritual Dagger be the 9th attack, so that I'm setting up Pen Nib, Ritual Dagger, or Pen Nib for the next fight, not for this fight. I don't care about this fight. This fight's easy. Okay. We got a free Lizard Tail. That's neat. So we never did find Wave of the Hand. We should probably give up on waiting for it because it is uncommon, and take Sash Whip. We draw through the deck pretty quickly, so we should be able to Sash Whip our way through a decent number of artifact charges. Although I think we're just hoping that we get both Talk to the Hands down on the heart before he gets artifact charges up. Although I believe the Act 4 Elite fight, they start with artifact charges, so we're going to have some trouble there, for sure, because Talk to the Hand can't land. But we might just have enough damage to kill them before they kill us. We're getting going pretty quick. I think so. Sash Whip is one way that we can peel off artifact charges, but there is another attack that also does the same thing, crush joints. So I think I don't need to take it right now since we're on floor 38. We'll have a couple more card choices, so I will wait a little bit longer for that Wave of the Hand. Maybe it will come. And I don't think Spirit Shield is necessary. We're blocking in different ways. Okay. Let's see. I mean, we're not upset that he's attacking for 12, but we do need to do damage eventually, so I guess I'll do Strike. Oh, great. So now we're going to weave, and hopefully he isn't hitting for a lot. So we get to block for 14. We could theoretically block out, but taking 2 damage is not too bad, so I don't think that's necessary. It looks like actually we could continue hitting him. But you don't want to conclude against this guy, because then you don't know what he's going to be doing. Yeah, we're just looking for Talk to the Hands. So I'm going to keep hitting him because... do we have Boot? We have Boot, so Boot value. We're going to keep hitting him to reset him. We do have 3 more attacks, so I guess we'll just keep it rolling. All right. There's another weave, so we actually have still 3 more attacks, and I'll get rid of the Strike too. I'm gonna leave it there. This weave does 1 damage, or does 1 damage, so it does 5 damage. But then I would have to use both weaves to get through the next malleable. And we're only taking 2 damage right now, so I think we're just going to sit on it. Okay, so we have Cut Through Fate to get a whole bunch of weaves back. We probably want to play like all these cards. So I guess let's see. We're getting back all 3 weaves, so we need to have 3 spaces in our hand because Cut Through Fate is card neutral. So we got 3, 6, 8 cards in our hand right now. So we need to play at least 1 Miracle before we Cut Through Fate. Let's do it. Okay, there's our Talk to the Hand. So let's Talk to the Hand. Let's see where he's at. Okay. Probably can't kill him this turn, although Ritual Dagger is hungry. Probably should have thought a little bit more about how I was proccing Pen Nib this turn. We don't have any block. We have to do a bunch of attacks to get block. So we're probably going to want to do Carve Reality, and that does the most damage of the blocks we have in hand. Yikes, 38 is too much damage. 12 is reasonable, but we'd currently be taking 6, so let's keep moving a little bit. There's the 38 again. If we smite and we get an attack we don't like, we will unfortunately have to Ritual Dagger to reset his attack again. But we got an attack we like, so I think we're going to leave that alone. Also, yeah, we can't reset him with Weave. Oh wait, we can get block return with Weave though. So this won't go through his armor, so he won't change, right? On receiving attack damage, yeah, so we just get 3 free health. And the Ritual Dagger plan remains alive. Alright, so we definitely want to talk to the hand. We're going to have to scroll. I guess we could have tried to scroll for 2 and then cut through fate to get the weaves back, but I think we're just going to use all the miracles and scroll for a bunch here. Because we just need to progress towards our win condition in the site. Okay, we can Dark Shackles. We don't actually know if that's necessary yet, because we haven't finished attacking him this turn. Ideally, we should do an attack that actually does damage to him. Ideally, we're doing just like 1 damage, because that gets maximum boot value. This is a weird fight. Okay, so Cut Through Fate does... Okay, so we want a Third Eye before we Cut Through Fate. We also want to clear at least 1 card out of hand before we Third Eye, because theoretically we could get all 3 weaves. So let's go ahead and Flying Sleeves, because that does a damage. Okay, he's reset back to cursing us, which is unfortunate. Let's look for some weaves. We didn't get them. I'll leave the Cut Through Fate for the other Cut Through Fate to find. It doesn't tell me what he's doing yet. Let's get rid of a weave because we get that back for free. And then we can... Let's see. We can leave him on this health total if we think that we can Ritual Dagger him down next turn. It seems a little bit dubious. We could enter Wrath if we're feeling particularly brave. We do have Dark Shackles as kind of a backup if he's doing too much damage. If we enter Wrath, we're much more likely to be able to Ritual Dagger him to death. Ritual Dagger with ×4 damage does 120, so it would be able to kill him in 1 shot. So I think we're going to try it. Yeah, now he's only hitting for 32. Perfect. We do need to do 1 more attack to get Pen Nib on it, which is what I was talking about with the 4 times, but we are guaranteed to get another attack. We're actually not guaranteed to get Ritual Dagger, because... Oh no, we have... yeah, we don't have beginning of turn Scry developed Foresight, so we're not guaranteed to get what we want here. But most likely, we'll get it. That's good enough. Okay, we did get it. So we're going to Weave, and then Ritual Dagger does enough damage to kill him. Blam. Okay, we've talked about Flurry Blows a bunch, Prostate doesn't do enough, Prostrate. The word I said means something different. And we've passed on Crescendo Plus several times, so we're not taking that. None of these are a decision. I guess we have to rest, so this is not a decision. Okay, we have to take this question mark because we need the Mega Elite. Glowing Tesseract. Let's see, is there a really good colorless card for this deck? There are several really good question mark cards because we really need a way to, or colorless cards, we really need a way to get rid of artifact charges on the Act 2 elites and potentially on Donideka. So we're going to go ham on this one. We're going to go all 3. Plus I got super rewarded last run when I did this. So Trip is exactly what I was thinking about. Master Strategy is very good. We got 2 copies of it if we want it. And then this one's kind of bad. Oh wait, 3 random attacks from my drop island in my hand is nuts. Why did I not? This card's crazy. You want that in every deck, right? You like never say no to violence. Like it's bad against Gremlin Knob, but like you're never getting a rare colorless card in Act 1, so there's basically no downside to violence. I mean, I guess it causes Beat of the Heart to trigger, but like you're pretty much always picking this, right? So I'll pick that. And then we have 2 options for Master of Strategy. I would be afraid of getting too many cards in the deck, but I already have Never say no to violence. That's right. Every watcher is the person who goes into the bar just looking for a fight every time. We have Scrawl, and if we pick Master of Strategy, we're like pretty certain we're able to like churn through the deck pretty quickly. Plus, they all exhaust. We've got a bunch of exhaust cards, so and a bunch of scry cards. So the deck ends up actually feeling pretty thin. So I think we're okay taking Trip. It is better than Crush Joints at in this deck because A, it's already does 2 vulnerable, which Crush Joints needs an upgrade to get. B, Crush Joints is kind of conditional. It's you need to play a skill first. C, Trip costs 0, which is like a big difference, especially in the context of Scrawl. And maybe there are other things that could go for D. I don't really know. I've already got to a C, so I don't really need more reasons. And Master of Strategy is great. So weirdly, I picked all of them. I wasn't expecting that. All right, let's get that key. Strength Giant Head is like the poster child of easy Act 3 Mega Elites, so pretty excited about that. We're probably going to Violence and Miracle this turn so that we can... Or maybe we'll... Violence and Scrawl in the same hand are not super compatible. I guess let's Violence first, because we're looking for specifically Talk to the Hand, right? We need to get Talk to the Hand developed before... so that he doesn't hit us this turn. Are we more likely to draw Talk to the Hand with Scrawl or with Violence? So how many skills are there in the deck? Or how many non-attacks are there in the deck? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 non-attacks and presumably 13 attacks. So Violence draws 3 cards, all of which are attacks, which is kind of equivalent to drawing like 7 cards. And Scrawl draws 6 cards, because I would Miracle and then Scrawl. So Violence is slightly better. Actually, it's kind of on the margins, right? Because it's not actually like 7 attacks. It's the ratio between 11 and 13 is not the same as the ratio between 6 and 7. So maybe Scrawl is better. I honestly have no idea. Maybe I want to play both of them eventually. If I want to play both of them, which one do I play first? There's definitely more 0-cost non-attacks. Oh wait, no, that's not true at all. Weaves are all 0-cost. And Deus Ex Machina kind of screws up the math a little bit. Man, this is complicated. Scrawl is more likely to draw Master of Strategy, which continues making this decision weird. I think I'm going to Violence first, because I'm sick of thinking about this. Okay, so we got to Talk to the Hand, and then I think we don't want to Scrawl unless we need to. We can save the Scrawl for later, and I think we can block out... well, I guess we can't play 6 attacks, which is what we would need to block out, but we can play 4, and one of them hits twice, so that's 5, so we'll take 2. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so Carve Reality. We could play Eruption and Empty Fist to do a little bit of extra damage, but the time to do that would be before we played the other card, and then we wouldn't get to play Flying Sleeves, so I'm kind of glad I didn't. We were going to Miracle, so let's do that to get the slow trigger a little earlier. Should have done it at the beginning of the turn, but... yeah, that's true. I did have like a mental reset during this fight, which is like kind of something you don't want. I'm not sure if there were any alternate ways of playing this turn. I guess I'm going to count Scrawl versus Violence as a decision, just because, I don't know, it seems like a decision. There's probably an answer to it, but I didn't figure out what that answer was, so... Okay, now we got all the miracles, but we don't really have anything else, so we're definitely going to develop Nirvana, and we'll get a little slow proc for that. And it looks like we're going to go into Calm. We can get back... Oh no, if we third eye, it's possible we see a Weave that we can then play. We're always going to Vigilance this... Oh, well, I guess there's a chance we third eye and then strike instead of Vigilancing. And we have enough room in our hand to third eye and draw all 3 Weaves if that happens, so that's good, I guess. So I'm going to Vigilance and I'm going to Miracle out this strike, because I don't need this many Miracles, and getting a slow trigger is meaningful. Technically that was the wrong order. I should play the Weaves before the strike, because the slow matters more on the strike damage, because the strike damage is slightly higher. Okay, we found the other Talk to the Hand, and we found a bunch of scrying. So let's talk to the hand first. Actually, let's not talk to the hand first. Let's Foresight first. And then we're going to want to spend 3 mana plus whatever Cut Through Fate does. So we could Miracle before we Cut Through Fate if we speculatively believe that we are going to find something that costs mana that we want to spend. If we find Third Eye, we want to spend mana on it. If we find Conclude, we want to spend mana on it. If we find Master of Strategy, we probably just let it go and don't do it this turn. If we find Ritual Dagger, I don't think we're trying to proc Ritual Dagger on a Mega Elite unless there's a really great opportunity to do so. And Strike we would play. So we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 things that cost mana, and we would like to play in the 9. So we're very likely to find one with each of the Cut Through Fates. So I'll play the Miracles first to get the slow triggers, and then Cut Through Fate does more damage than Talk to the Hand, so I'll play Talk to the Hand first. And now we have a Pen Nib proc, so I will use it on Smite because it does more damage. And then we'll go on our merry way. We're going to get rid of the Protect. We don't need it this turn, and we don't need it next turn, but we'll need it at some point. Let's play the Weaves and do another Cut Through Fate. Okay, we found Conclude. We could leave Ritual Dagger there. We're not going to trigger it. You think you would have Cut Through Fate before Talk to the Hand for a chance to Nib Dagger? Yeah, I guess from a perspective of damage optimization, Nibbing Dagger does make sense. That's pretty reasonable. When you said Nib Dagger, I was thinking you were trying to kill Giant Head this turn, which obviously we can't do, but you're right that we don't have to always kill with it. It's the best card to Pen Nib, even if you're not getting a kill with it. So I think we will leave Ritual Dagger on top, based on that logic, essentially. So we're going to try to get another Pen Nib trigger next turn and land it on Ritual Dagger. So if we want to get a Pen Nib trigger, we should... Let's see. So Conclude does more damage than 2 Weaves, I think. But Third Eye could get us 3 Weaves. And then they sort of self-stack as well. So we'll get rid of the Strike, because we're going to draw Master Strategy next turn. Did I leave a Weave? That was stupid. Okay. Yeah, no, we have to leave this Weave here if we want it, so we're going to leave it. Okay. So we're going to Weave... Oh wait, we're going to Master Strategy first. And this looks like a Scrawl turn, so I think we're going to Dark Shackles, and then Weave to set up the Pen Nib, and then we're going to Pen Nib him. Ooh man, we are close. If we were in Wrath, we'd almost be there, but I think I'm not going to worry about it. And then I think I'm going to Scrawl, assuming we're not going to play these 2 strikes this turn. because we're going to draw 7 cards. We definitely want to make him vulnerable first. And it looks like we're probably going for a kill this turn, so we can probably afford Eruption, although we do get hit for 70 if we're wrong, so I guess let's do the math. So we're weak, and man, this is probably the most complicated Slay the Spire math can get. We're weak, he's slow, we're going to be in Wrath, and he's vulnerable. So like, there's just like a staggering number of factors here. Okay, so if we go into Eruption, we have 3 mana, with which we can play both Cut Through Fates and do a bunch of weaves. There's going to be 2 weaves in the discard pile. So we're going to Eruption, weave, Cut Through Fate, double weave, Cut Through Fate, double weave. So that is 4 copies of weave, 2 of which, or at least 4 copies of weave. We might find more here. In fact, we're almost guaranteed to, because Cut Through Fates each... Oh, we are guaranteed to if we hard mulligan for it, because each Cut Through Fate sees 4 cards. And we also can get a Conclude, most likely. So if we Eruption, weave... okay, so Eruption, weave, Cut Through Fate, double weave is 5, and then the other Cut Through Fate double weave brings it to 8. And then the 2 cards we're drawing from the Cut Through Fates, if they're both attacks, then the last one of them gets a pen nib. We can make that land on Conclude, and Conclude in Eruption with pen nib after getting like 20 slow procs on an enemy that's vulnerable is going to do a lot of damage with 1 strength additionally. So it's going to do 17, but we're weak. Oh man, how does weak stack? Is it all... Yeah, I don't, because the rounding kind of matters, but I think they just all get multiplied together and then you round. Or maybe, like, the weak determines how much damage it does while it's in your hand, and then the vulnerable applies after that. I don't know, I think it's probably lethal. So I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it's like so much lethal. It's like not even close. I guess I underestimated how much damage he was taking from the slow. Well, darn, we used Ritual Dagger this turn, so we probably could have gotten there, but oh well. Strike Dummy is terrible. We have, what, 1 strike? Oh, we have 3 strikes left, okay. Dex Pot is probably better than Colorless Potion. Maybe it's better than Speed Potion, too. Let's get rid of Colorless Potion. A 3rd Talk to the Hand. I mean, that does make Talk to the Hand more consistent. It's not upgraded. But having... So assuming... So beat on A20 starts at 2 damage, right? So if we get both Talk to the Hands up, we're getting... yeah, that makes sense that it just rounds once. I don't know. So if we have both Talk to the Hands up, and let's say that the beat has increased 1 time, so it has gone up to 3, then we're getting sort of 3 block per turn, which is pretty low against the heart. It's like you're going to need to generate a lot of cards that way to win. Whereas if we do a second Talk to the Hand, we're getting 8 block return per card. Although it gets rounded down, or it gets goes down to 6 after Beat of the Heart is factored in, which is just quite a bit of block. I mean, Talk to the Hand is what the deck is based around, so getting a 3rd copy doesn't seem crazy for a 30-card deck. I'll do it. Alright, so we have to skip Mercury Hourglass, which is fine. Mercury Hourglass is, like, best in Act 1. So. Alright, we got all 3, and it looks like we're not going to have too much trouble reaching the boss. Although, I suppose you never know. We should Talk to the Hand on the one that has the most health, because he is attacking us this turn. You played through this seed, Doofmaster. You like outspeeded me. Did you win? I mean, I guess I don't know. It's up to you if you want to. If that itself is a spoiler, but so let's weave here, and then let's look for more weaves and cut through fates. We gotta talk to the hand. Okay, so now we've got a whole bunch of block return. So we can play both of these to get 10 block, and then we can miracle out Foresight. It is, I am doing basically the opposite of speedrunning. This is extremely slow. So if we do both of these, we get 10 block back. We're blocking for 16, so we end up taking 8. I don't really see an alternate play for this turn. I think I'm going to miracle out Foresight as well, but this is a choice, so I'm going to record that. Oh, apparitions, huh? So what you're saying is one of these question marks is going to be apparitions. Well, wait, I had a bunch of question marks, huh? Because apparitions is an Act 3 thing. Weird. I'm going to choose to miracle out Foresight, but... Oh, is apparitions Act 2? That's weird. I thought it was... Huh. It seems like if they're using the same RNG for the same things, we should have gotten like the same events. I wonder if like if you shuffle one more time in a fight, does that like make it so that your random numbers are just like way off from everybody else's, so you get like different events and stuff? Or do they use like a different random number generator for like card rewards as for hallway fights? So they are attacking for a bunch. So Protect is probably going to stay, as well as Third Eye. Unfortunately, the guy with the block return is the guy who we are not hitting. I don't think it's true that if you take different routes, you take different events. Because I know that if you're on the same seed, and like if you start at a different location, you get the same fight. Oh, you did the Burning Elite in Act 1. Yeah, well, that seems like a pretty different strategy. Oh man, so the Burning Elite in Act 1, did you do the 4 Elite path in Act 1? I was afraid of that path, but I almost did it. It was I recorded it as an option. So I can weave to just kill this one, but then I only get 5 block return. It seems like this turn I kind of want maximum block, so I'm going to weave, and then I'm going to double weave on this guy. Just to get back as much block as I can. And then Third Eye. It looks like Ritual Dagger will be proccable next turn. So I'll go ahead and keep all of these. And then I think we're going to Protect as well. So we're blocking for 33, currently taking 1 damage. We can Third Eye and take 0, or we can Strike. We can either do 10 damage and take 1, or we can block for 1. Which is a decision, so I will write that down. There's 2 options. We're either blocking for 1 or doing 10. I'm going to do 10. Yep, I've already seen these. Okay, so I can just Ritual Dagger him to death right now, or I can weave and then Ritual Dagger this guy, so that seems better, because it does more damage. And I guess I'll talk to the hand on this guy. Oh, kind of bad pen nib management here. Oh well. Yeah, that Astrolabe was nuts, especially since I was already into weaves. It was these 3 cards: Scrawl, Astrolabe, Deus Ex Machina. Crush Joints is one of the cards we talked about being useful, but that was before we got Trip. I think Trip is basically filling that slot now. Consecrate's not enough value. Protect doesn't do enough. So that's it for those. If we go to this fire, we're healing at it. We don't super need that much healing, but It's nice to go into an elite fight with full health, so I'll take that. Did you also get the talk to the hands? I used a duplicate event to get the second one, although now I've picked up the third one. Huh. Oh, you got 3 talk to the hand plus. Weird. Interesting. You know, one was offered on floor 1, but I didn't pick it. Oh wait, that's not true. I would have picked it for sure. No, huh? I have a cut through fate before it. I would definitely take apparition upgrade before. Nice. Okay, so we've got talk to the hand and weave and stuff. We're gonna leave flying sleeves in hand to generate block later. And we're gonna go into calm. No decisions this turn. Yeah, with Runic Pyramid, oh man. Now you're playing silent. It seems like getting Ritual Dagger off on this guy's gonna be pretty easy as long as we pick the right turn for it. So I think I'm actually gonna save it. I mean, it only does 1 damage this turn, so it's not like... oh wait, we have boot. This is like significant boot value. Flying Sleeves does the same amount of damage with and without intangible. That's funny. Okay, so we're blocking for 13. Probably we want to strike Miracle Scrawl just to find more copies of Talk with the Hand and stuff. Actually, let's just Miracle Scrawl and like maybe leave the strike. Okay. So I think we're going to strike Foresight Conclude, because that blocks enough to block out. Oh wait, Conclude doesn't really do anything. I guess it does 1 damage. That's something, right? We could Empty Fist and then Violence. That does help us get more Talk to the Hands and weaves and stuff. Yeah, okay, I'm into it. Alright, got another Talk to the Hand up. I guess we have to go through another pen nib charge this fight. Should I just stop now? No. Because I get a bunch of weaves back if I cut through Fate. I get 2 weaves back. It's worth it to just punch him, even though it's total waste, right? I guess what we're looking for... We'll take the Protect and keep it in hand. Yeah. I don't really want to go through another pen nib cycle, but I want to get the Ritual Dagger kill, so I want to cycle through the deck more than anything else. Let's just get rid of the weave, because we get it back for free. Oh, we actually didn't get it back, because we got the other thing that happens sometimes. So I think we're going to double Miracle Master strategy to get a shuffle with the weaves in hand. Yeah. Oh, we got burns. That's no fun. So it's going to be really difficult to kill him with what's it called? Ritual Dagger next turn. So ideally we want to get it this turn. But the only way to draw cards now is Cut Through Fate. But we have a bunch of cards that also draw cards, so maybe we'll get them. Like this other Cut Through Fate. Hey, look at that. Let's see. Let's think about Pen Nib and Ritual Dagger. So it does 39 right now. So if we're doing 10, then he's going to be at 44. And we would need only 1 weave to kill him. We could also apply Vulnerable. That would make him die. But we have to plan for not getting it too, right? So he's hitting us for 24, which we're blocking, but then we need to hit him at least 2 more times, or at least 1 more time to block out the burns. And we probably want to Nirvana. I guess let's just get him low. Maybe we can get him down to 5. So none of these are Ritual Dagger. Yeah, if we can get him down to 5, we can kill him with Ritual Dagger, even though it's just boot value, or boot damage, because I'm pretty sure that still counts. So that does 10. Oops, we've procced pen nib. So that does 15. So okay, so now he's at less than 5. So we will stay there and we'll Nirvana. And I guess we'll Third Eye to try and make sure we get Ritual Dagger. Yeah. Oh shit! Forgot about bronze scales. Oh well. We're at full health, so regen pot is not super appealing. Another Third Eye is okay, but we don't really need it. Totally unnecessary fire. Can't do anything useful. And then we get to go to the last shop before the boss. Master Reality? Do we combo with Master Reality? We don't have any value of Master Reality, so let's not think about that. We do quite a bit of card drawing, so maybe Empty Mind is good. We are about to fight Time Lord, though, so that's doesn't seem very appealing. We probably want to card remove. Card remove and Dark Shackles would both seem good. Yeah, let's card remove a Strike and grab Dark Shackles. I think that's pretty much the best thing to do here. I don't think there's really too much else. We could replace a potion, but the potions we have are okay. Probably would go for a power potion over the 2 decks, maybe the Gambler's Brew instead. Card removing a Strike seems good. Dark Shackles. We could also Gambler's Brew. Gambler's Brew is pretty good if we're in a weird situation where, like, we're not finding Talk to the Hands and we need to go get them. That would help rescue us. So I think we're going to do that over the Speed Potion. Yeah, Cloak Class was nice too, but I don't know. We're not really floating that many cards. I mean, we do have Scrawl, so it works well with that, but there were a bunch of options there at that shop. I'm going to pretend that it was one 4-option shop. Okay, so we have a bunch of Talk with the Hands, so we basically win. But let's see what's up. Maybe we use the Gambler's Brew right now. He is hitting us surprisingly hard on turn 1. And we're only getting 10 back. Oh, weird. You must have had that Power Pot. Must have been. Oh wait, no, you can't get Omega from Power Pot. It seems like a waste to Gambler's Brew for just 2 cards, and these are already blocking for 10. I could Gambler's Brew them away and then get something that, yeah, it is technically a power, but yeah, it can't be generated by effects, I'm pretty sure. If we do Gambler's Brew, we can get this weave back. This is not really what I was imagining using the Gambler's Brew for, but it could block for up to 30 here, so that seems good enough. Yeah, well, we're getting some attacks, so we have a choice here. I think Carve Reality is pretty clearly better because it puts Smite in hand. We can just Dark Shackles and chill here. We probably want to save at least 1 copy of Dark Shackles for the reset. He does remove debuffs. Hi, Hard Koroki. Man, Hard Koroki. How's it going? He does remove debuffs, but he also buffs his strength whenever you play 12 cards. Oh yeah, that'll do it. I saw that toolbox, but I didn't pick it. So we need to do something here to block, because he's hitting us for 24. We could scrawl and go and try and find weaves and stuff. Yeah, it's a good relic. Did you also get the fusion hammer? Apotheosis is pretty good with fusion hammer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the scroll. And if we don't find anything good, we'll just Dark Shackles out of it. We got Cut Through Fate, so we can get back 2 weaves. We don't want to weave a ton in this fight, but we only need to do 3 attacks this turn to block. So we can just like Cut Through Fate and strike or something. Let's get rid of all these. Actually, I'll keep the flying sleeves. Okay, so we're blocked out. I think we want a Nirvana. Let's see. We either want to reset this turn or next turn. We've got 3 cards left. It looks like resetting next turn is a fine plan. But resetting this turn is fine too. We could... The only thing is we can't really spend mana efficiently. We'd have to either Violence or Dark Shackles. Because we screwed up with the... and didn't draw both of the weaves. Can we block out with 2 cards next turn? Not super likely, so I think I'm just gonna wait on Nirvana. Ritual Dagger is just always really good. So we've only got 3 cards to block with. So I think we're gonna protect Third Eye and then Weave Plus. Or I guess we can Flying Sleeves, that blocks for 16. So we can just Flying Sleeves, protect, and block out, and then we can, like, Vulnerable if we want to. I guess we can Flying Sleeves, Third Eye, and Weave to also blocks out. It's sort of unfortunate that our draw pile has 4 cards in it, because it's going to force a shuffle. So we kind of want to leave this weave there, so that we can weave and Cut Through Fate together. Oh yeah, Divinity is crazy with Ritual Dagger. I had a run like that a while ago. Oh yeah, I did. There were 2 Brilliants, huh? So I think we're going to Third Eye and just leave everything. Maybe I'll get rid of Master Strategy. I don't really need that. And then Flying Sleeves and sort of an oops. Well, I guess I could just protect and save the Pen Nib for something better. It looks like it's probably just going to be like a Cut Through Fate, but or a Weave Plus, but even that's better, right? Alright, actually I'll just land on Smite, huh? I did Dark Shackles and card remove. Yeah, Cloak Clasp is good. I honestly haven't really needed the block. I've been able to block pretty easily. So I think we're gonna Weave and Cut Through Fate here. I need to get some damage in. Get rid of another Weave. And a Strike. I'll leave the... Or I think I'll draw the Strike and leave the Third Eye for next turn. Play some more Weaves. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of decisions to make this turn, so I'll record that. But I think the line I'm going to do is Violence here. And see if we can get another Talk to the Hand. Do we have all the Talk to the Hand? Oh, we do. Maybe that was a mistake. I think we're going to play 7 more cards this turn. I think we're just going to try and get him as close to 240 as possible. Okay, I was hoping to get a Dark Shackles. This is actually kind of a tricky situation. So we have to Third Eye and get a lot of block from the weaves here. Oh, there's Dark Shackles. So we have Dark Shackles next turn. So we need to. Let's see. This turn we can like Eruption and play 2 weaves. And if we do that, let's see. Eruption would do 15, and then we are weakened, so maybe this is not the right turn to do it. But then there's the Dark Shackles, right? So ideally, oh no, because next turn, if we put him below 240, then he spends his turn. No, you do want to do the Dark Shackles on that turn. Okay, well I think we're just going to focus on blocking out this turn instead of focusing on next turn. So I'll leave these all there, except for Empty Fist. I'm not going to go into Eruption, but this is a decision. So I'll record that. And then I think we're going to Weave, Protect for block. And it's not really like enough, but it's enough that we don't die. We could also remove a Slime here. We've got 8 cards left. So I think removing a Slime is probably pretty valuable. Alright, so we're going to use the Dark Shackles this turn, and hopefully we're going to hit him hard enough that he starts his reset. Alright, there's Ritual Dagger, so we'll go ahead and I guess we'll try and cycle back to that back when we've got a Pen Nib available. And I'll take the Third Eye instead. Okay, so we've got 3 cards left, so I could do Third Eye and 2 weaves, or I could do Flying Sleeves. 2 weaves is not going to get him below 240, but it is going to set him right on the precipice, which is not bad. We'll leave the Foresight and the Master Strategy there. Alright, well, he's on 241, so that's about as precise as you can be. Oh no, we did pop him on accident. Okay, so this is the turn when we want to find, what's it called? The other Dark Shackles, if we can. So we could Dark Shackles to shuffle, or sorry, Master Strategy is to shuffle, and then worst case scenario we develop a couple powers, but it doesn't look like we can draw anything this turn. I'm not sure how that Miracle got in the deck. I guess I had a hand that was too full for Deus Ex Machina. So we got Nirvana Foresight. We can Weave and Third Eye. Yeah, I forgot about the Thorns. Thanks for reminding me. A little bit too late. The comment timing is not super fast. Let's see. So we shouldn't use any attacks because he's going to heal himself. So I think we're just going to stay there. We could Slime. Yeah, let's get rid of the Slime. Oh crap, he just healed out of Stone Calendar. Ah, that's frustrating. Man, we really messed this fight up. This did not go well. Okay, so we need to block. We don't have any block return anymore, so Weaves are pretty much totally out. We've got Protect, and that's about it for blocking this turn. So we need to go find Dark Shackles, and we need to pen nib the next Ritual Dagger for sure. So let's go find Dark Shackles. Great, we found it. Oh, yeah, so Dark Shackles will draw before Weave tries to come back. We do miss the Weave, but that's fine. Okay, so now we have 15 block. We are going to Protect, I think, even though it's not protecting a ton of damage. Yeah, I think it's worth it. And then we're going to not play any more cards. Okay, there's the Ritual Dagger. So let's... we're going to get Weaves back, so we're going to be able to trigger it. And we have Vulnerable as well. But that's a bunch of cards. So if we Vulnerable and play 2 attacks, that's 3 cards, and then we Ritual Dagger, and we don't have 1 card left to defend. And it looks like that card would be Vigilance. So it blocks for slightly more than Third Eye. So do we die if we do that? Well, we're certainly not healthy. So Ritual Dagger does 80 plus an additional 40, so it does 120 damage. And then we're taking 42. So we would survive at 11, which doesn't put us in super good shape for the next boss fight. Is there any way we can both Vigilance and Third Eye and still Ritual Dagger with Pen Nib? We can if we skip Trip, but Trip causes 40 damage here, so I don't think we want to skip that. Yep, so we're just going to take the damage. And we can play Flying Sleeves instead of the other Weave. Does slightly more damage. And we still get to play Vigilance at the end. Wait, we get to play both Vigilance and Third Eye here. Because we have... Oh no, we only have 3 cards left. Okay. Uh-oh, I forgot about his strength again. He's killing us? No. Almost, though. We need to kill him as fast as possible now. So we're gonna Third Eye looking for Weaves. We don't need Trip again. Actually, we will need Trip again next turn. So let's get rid of Third Eye. We're gonna play the attacks that don't retain. And it looks like we got him, although we're really low, so the next fight's gonna be a bit of a challenge. Let's put him back into Vulnerable, and then eat some of his health. I hope we got him. Conclude only does 19. We might not have enough cards, so that does 19, this does 11. Okay, so yeah, that's enough. Very close fight here. Probably didn't play it perfect. Donu deck is a tricky one because we depend on block return, so I think we're dying here. Yep, we just die right away, pretty much. Let's cut through Fate there. I'll take a Third Eye. Let's we could possibly survive with that. Definitely using the deck spot. Okay, so let's use the other Cut Through Fate and see if we can get something else that helps block. Violence kind of blocks. Let's see. So Violence can draw us Talk to the Hands, but then Talk to the Hands are going to get blocked by Artifact. But we have 0-cost things that remove Artifact, so if we get 2 Talk to the Hands, we can waste 2 Dark Shackles, getting 1 one artifact per, and then if we had gotten 2 Talk to the Hands, we would be able to get 1 through. Pretty sure we can't either kill Deca or block him. We could remove all of his artifact instead. Alright. Kabam. Oh, I forgot about Lizard Tail. Wow. Okay, I thought the fight run was over, but it is not. And we can get Talk to the Hand down on Deca, which is kind of weird. We can use Trip to start peeling charges off of Donu. And let's see what's in the Master Strategy box here. Alright, Talk to the Hand and Weave is how we start getting block. And then we can also protect here, and Conclude does the most damage, so we'll do that. Alright, we can get another copy of Talk to the Hand down on Deca. So let's do that. We're going to develop Nirvana and Shuffle. Okay. We got a Weave and Cut Through Fate. Got some boot value there. We can peel more artifact charges off of Donu. And go find more copies of Weave. Third Eye lets us play more Weaves. Alright, we have blocked out, so we no longer want to target Deca, because he's got all of our block return on him. It's bad to split focus on Donu and Deca, but we have to do it here because this is our main way of getting block. So let's hit Donu with, well, we want to do some damage, ideally, to get plated armor off. So let's hit him with that. Okay, we need to block for 36. We have 18, so we need to block for 18 more. That's 3 attacks on Deca, or Flying Sleeves, and 1 attack. So we're going to Flying Sleeves and, whatchamacallit, Weave on him. So there's that. And we'll use Cut Through Fate to get the Weaves. I have to draw this Dazed, otherwise the deck gets shuffled before I get the Weaves back. Okay, so now we are blocked out, and we're going to develop Foresight, so that we're getting Weaves as quickly as possible, and I'm going to misplay the Pen Nib again. I'll keep Cut Through Fate and mulligan the other ones. Alright, we want to Weave on Deca's armor if we can, so that we are getting block return from him through the end of the fight. And he's hitting us for 36. We don't have that much block right now, so we're going to hit him and try to get more cards to block. So that blocks for 36, and I will Weave him to remove one of his plated armor, because the alternative is doing 0 damage to Donu. Alright, let's get rid of those 2. We need to block for 42. We have a couple of copies of Third Eye, so we should be able to get there pretty easily. There's our last trip that we need to get all the charges off of Donu. Yeah, he's definitely a D8 for sure. D10s look pretty different. Maybe it's like a really weird perspective problem. Thank you for reminding me about Calendar. So Conclude is going to finish blocking out here, so the rest of the Weaves go on Donu. We've already seen all these cards, we want to keep them. And we get a Pen Nib Conclude, that's nice. Blam. Yep, those are the cards. Okay. We need to block for 42. We can kill Deca with Calendar if we want. We just need to do 22 damage. 23. No, 22. So, 3 regular weaves and 1 weave plus would do that. Or we could vulnerable him. Or we could just not kill him and keep him around for his block return, but I don't think that's wise. Oh, we could Flying Sleeves Flying Sleeves 1 weave and then a weave plus to kill him. Okay, so let's cut through Fate to shuffle, and then we'll trip on this guy to remove his last artifact charge, and then Flying Sleeves, weave, and weave plus. Yeah, so that gets him down to 50, so he's taking 52, and then we can finish removing the plated armor from Donu and set up to kill him next turn, hopefully. Do we keep Conclude? I think we have Wrath in the draw pile, or Eruption, so we might be able to kill him this turn. Definitely going to do those. Little Pen Nib. So I think Wrath Conclude does it. So let's do some things to set up Pen Nib. Okay. We surprised 1 because I thought Lizardtail. I forgot about Lizardtail and it saved us. So that's nice. We at least get to Act 4 for the first time in my playthroughs of Act 20. Obviously, Doofmaster has already won this run, so it's definitely possible, although he clearly made some different decisions on the way here. We've only got 30 gold, so this is kind of a waste. Yeah, we don't get to buy anything, so it doesn't matter. And then, okay, here we go. So there's no more restrictions on playing lots of cards. We want to kill the stabby guy first, ideally. So let's cut through Fate and see what is coming up. Get a free weave, and we can use Dark Shackles to remove artifact charges. And Scrawl is pretty good, so we definitely want that. Spend some more weaves on him. And then how many cards do we want to play before we scroll, basically? Let's Miracle, and then I think we want to develop Foresight at least, and then draw 8. Okay, we've got Trip, so we can remove some artifact that way. We've also got Dark Shackles. Yeah. We draw a couple of weaves already, so that that Foresight. Oh, also we get to get rid of the burns. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Can we Ritual Dagger him this turn? If we play one more attack, then we are in Pen Nib. So this will do 80 damage, but we would need to do 28 damage with the next attack, which we obviously can't do. So I think we're going to, well, if we could make him vulnerable, let's see. So we can trip and we could trip and talk to the hand to remove his charges, and then, or we can Dark Shackles and talk to the hand to remove his charges. So that activates Pen Nib, and then we can trip to make him vulnerable, which does make this lethal. So let's do that. It is kind of a waste of Dark Shackles, but you know, they have artifact charges, you're going to waste Dark Shackles. So then trip, make him vulnerable, and then hit him for 120. And I'll go ahead and just waste a Talk to the Hand here. It's possible that the next Talk to the Hand lands, but not this one. Okay. So it turns out we don't really need to get rid of those charges after all. Dark Shackles is really good. Hopefully we can land... Interesting. Yeah, I almost never kill the shield first. He does hit hard, so it's not crazy, especially if you're not killing one of them on the first turn. Can we kill with Eruption right now? If we Eruption and then triple weave and then cut through Fate and triple weave, how much damage is that? So it's 10 plus another 10, or okay, 10 plus 10 is 20, plus 10 is 30, plus 14 is 44. And then we're doing another 20, so 64, and then 74, 84, 98. So that's not enough. But we might get something with Cut Through Fate. And in fact, I think we would probably plan on getting something from Cut Through Fate. We can also weave in a free Vigilance. Is there any way we miss getting an attack from Cut Through Fate? We could get like Third Eye, Deus Ex Machina as the option, and then if we mulligan all of them, we could get Nirvana. And then we would end up taking 28 damage. We would still get to protect? No, I don't think we would. We'd be out of mana. No, we wouldn't. Because Eruption and Cut Through Fate only cost 3. We'd have 2 left. And we could Talk to the Hand. Oh wait, no, we can't Talk to the Hand because we're not drawing Talk to the Hand. Okay, so we're going to Vigilance and then Eruption and go for lethal. There may also be a Pen-Nib charge in there. We're doing a lot of attacks, so... oh, we got Talk to the Hand, so we have lethal. I will Dark Shackles first, so that we get block return, although it doesn't matter. We're totally wasting... oh man, this is brutal. We're totally wasting Pen-Nib for Heart. We're setting it up exactly wrong. Oh wow, Surprise Duality. That's quite a big change to the deck. Okay, we don't want any of these for the Heart fight, so let's go do it. Alright, we're in super good shape, full health, bronze scales, turn 1 Talk to the Hand, looking pretty strong. Yeah, Duality is nuts in this deck. It's like, we don't have a lot of block cards anymore, we pretty much got rid of all of them, but like, it's such a crazy relic that like, it always matters. We have Vigilance Empty Fist as well, which is neat. So let's go ahead and go into Vigilance to block the first proc of Beat of the Heart, and then start looking for stuff. We got Violence, and I think we're going to play it. I'll keep Third Eye around. It blocks next turn. I will actually get rid of Conclude. It doesn't do enough damage against the Heart to really be super relevant. Let's see what we get. We got a Weave. That's nice. I was hoping for a Talk to the Hand. Let's see, currently we are retaining 5 cards, which is too many. Because we could draw a Deus Ex Machina, so we want to retain at most 3 cards here. That means we could Miracle Flying Sleeves, or we could double Miracle Flying Sleeves Carve Reality, excuse me. I think both of those plays involve Miracle Flying Sleeves, so let's do that first. And then I like having a Smite in my hand, so I'll trade a Miracle for a Smite. I think that's clearly correct, because it's just 7 damage and turns the card into a better card. But I will stand after that. Alright, so we've got Third Eye, which gets us back a 1 weave. But otherwise, we don't have a lot of cards that do stuff, and he is hitting us for 45. So we ideally could get, yeah, I definitely, yeah. It sounds like your strategy of like Divinity is way better against Time Lord than like playing lots of weaves. Playing lots of weaves is a bit of a liability, unless you have like Kunai or something. So Time Lord was always going to be a tough fight. But yeah, not too worried about the heart. I think we're going to get through this. Do we want to... We're going to master strategy this turn. Do we want to master strategy before or after we third eye? The prideful part of me wants to play third eye first so that I can take 0 damage this turn and potentially perfect the heart. But I think it's more correct to do master strategy first. So I'm going to do master strategy first. Pride cometh before the fall. And this is why, so we can get the talk to the hand off. We can also Dark Shackles here. We could save Dark Shackles for later, because eventually he's hitting for like, 6 times 15. So that would be really bad. And Third Eye blocks for a bit here. We definitely want to develop Foresight. But yeah, the real question is, do we want to Dark Shackles now or save it? We do have 2 copies of Dark Shackles, so it's not like a big deal if we blow one. And this is the a multi-attack turn, so I think it's worth doing. We've already taken damage to Beat of the Heart, so there's no more perfect anymore. Let's see. I don't really need Vulnerable yet. It does help me scale up a little bit. I definitely don't want to be Interruption because he's attacking next turn, but I will keep Trip. No. I'm going to mulligan Trip, because I want to find the other copies of Talk to the Hand. I feel like kind of an idiot asking this, but the Heart does not remove his... he doesn't purge debuffs, does he? Or does he? If he purges debuffs, we're in trouble. Or I need to play this fight a little bit differently, at least. He removes all Strength down debuffs. But yeah, I guess I don't think he removes Talk to the Hands debuffs. Yeah, okay, good. Whew. That would have been a real surprise. Okay, so we're doing Weaves and Dark Shackles this turn, and developing Foresight, and we could Miracle out something, but I don't really see that necessarily being better. So we're not going to do it. And he takes a bunch of damage from Bronze Scales here. We don't really want to draw Dazed, although we'll have to draw it eventually. But we do want Nirvana developed, ideally next turn. Okay, let's go ahead and Weave to generate some block. And then we want a Nirvana before we scry. I'll go ahead and Third Eye. There's the Talk to the Hand we need. We'll get rid of the Weave. Quote unquote, get rid of. I don't need Protect, I don't think, to generate block this turn. It seems like we're generating a lot with the Weaves. Because obviously we're to scrawl this turn. That was an absolute professional video game player quality pen nib, by the way. Huh. Interesting. I thought you could use Dark Shackles against him. I guess Dark Shackles works if he starts getting a bunch of strength. I didn't realize it worked so badly against him, though. Flying Sleeves gets us a bunch of block, which we're pretty behind on block right now. I was expecting to get my my Weaves back after that. I didn't realize I was causing a shuffle with the Scry, which is a pretty big deal. So let's do Cut Through Fate and look for those Weaves. This is not them. I mean, we're blocking for enough that we're probably fine. We could Distill Chaos here. which could get us like Trip and Cut Through Fate and Protect. It could also get us Eruption. We don't die if it gets us Eruption. Oh wait, we do. Interesting. You say I have 9+ dex now. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it seems like Third Eye just blocks out enough by itself. So I guess I'll just block. There's a Weave. And I'll leave the other Third Eye for next turn. Oh wait, he's buffing next turn. We don't care about these. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. We'll take 5 for sure. Oh, 7. Always want to scry away your Weave. Let's go ahead and put some Vulnerable on him. And we have Pen Nib, which we've been completely ignoring recently. I don't think it's wise to go into Eruption, even though we could do some extra damage. Yeah. Being at full health at the beginning of this fight is pretty good. And we'll just play Conclude. Yeah, I'll definitely keep a Cut Through Fate. I like that card. Alright, he is attacking again. We have Conclude in hand, so I feel pretty like this is probably the best time to play it Distilled Chaos when it can't randomly end my turn. So let's do that. Let's get rid of a Weave and leave these two, because he's multi-attacking next turn, so Dark Shackles will do good. And we get rid of another Weave. Sweet. Oh, it was a Cut Through Fate. Or, yeah. So, okay. Then we have another Cut Through Fate to generate even more block. We'll draw the Third Eye. Trip can help me deal with the vulnerables in a bit, or with the artifact charges. I guess I don't really care that much about the artifact charges. I got all my my things down. So we can do 120 damage here, which takes us up to the limit of his invulnerability, so that's neat. No point playing anything else. We definitely don't want Eruption. Flying Sleeves does block. Alright, let's see, can we draw any cards? We can't. So I guess we'll just play all the Weaves. And Flying Sleeves. Oh, oops, Order. Oh wait, he's got Artifact, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it could be Calendar. It's coming up. And then we'll go ahead and carve Reality twice. It looks like we've got... Okay, so he's attacking for 60. And we've got 5 temporary decks, so we can... after this Smite, we can block with this for 14 and take 1. Okay. Oh, I guess 3 because Beat of the Heart. There's a lot of screen shake in this fight. It's making me a little dizzy. We'll keep all the scrying stuff. Okay. Let's do Flying Sleeves first, just for fun. And we're doing Calendar this turn. We could just draw Slimed just to get rid of it. But I think we can do better stuff than that. There's Conclude. Let's see. If we play Conclude, we get 34 damage. So there's no chance of Calendar kill because he's got too much left on his Invincible. We could Empty Fist, but I'd kind of like to stay in. I kind of like him to stay in Calm mode so that I can go into Wrath and kill him maybe next turn. So we need to just do, let's see, if we do Third Eye and hit him with, oh, I guess that's just one weave, huh? So yeah, I think Conclude is going to do more damage than one weave is. I'll just do damage with Conclude. If we do this, it means we can't, we definitely can't kill him next turn, which is something I kind of want to do. So maybe, let's see, if I do Empty Fist plus Weave is 27 plus 17. 27 plus 17 is not as much as 57. So yeah, we're not going to get there. So I will stay in Calm. Oh, that's true. Calendar. Yep. Okay, so Calendar did enable the kill, I guess. I'll keep the Third Eye. And we're kind of depending on getting Wrath here, which we didn't get, but we can go get with Cut Through Fate. Is it wise to go into Wrath? Are we? We could kill him with Bronze Scales for sure. All right, I think we need to do math to figure out if Wrath is correct. We can't get through his artifact charges without shuffling. We're always going to do these before we play Cut Through Fate, so I guess I'll just do those now. And then, so when I Cut Through Fate, I get to choose either Carve Reality or Eruption. I guess if I just take Carve Reality, then I can, well, I guess I don't know the order yet. So if I take Cut Through Fate, I get the 3 weaves back, and I do 10 damage, so he's down to 144. We do Eruption, which does 10, so he's down to 134. And then each of these does 10, so 24, 14. This one does 14 damage, so he's down to exactly 100. And then we Third Eye, getting them all back again, doing another 10, 20, 34 damage. But then he's down to like 66, and we have no more ways of doing damage. So we're not going to try to kill him with Wrath this turn, because it would not work. So we're going to take Carve Reality instead. And we'll leave Eruption for next turn, because we can. And we'll use all the attacks we can before we Third Eye, because of the duality. And we're taking a little bit of damage, but oops, that was the wrong weave. But it's not a big deal. He's not quite dying to Bronze Scales, but I'm pretty sure we're winning. Alright, we get to win with Eruption Conclude, the same way as we entered Act 1. It's the way we exit the game. Victorious. Alright, so that's my first Watcher A20 win. Thank you. I was a little worried there during the... I was more than a little worried. I was certain that we had lost during the Time Lord fight. Yeah, so I was like, oh shit, Dwarf Master beat me. It seems like there should be a character in the middle of this VFX, but there isn't. Cool. We got some numbers. Wow, it's only almost 3,000 points. I think it's probably my highest score ever. Yeah, it was a pretty good whatchamacallit, seed. All those talk to the hands. Let's see. Wait, why are these scores so low? Oh, it's because I switched to the beta branch, so it doesn't have the stuff. Highest score, 562. That doesn't seem quite right. Well, it's definitely the highest score of this this beta branch. Okay, well that's going to be it for me. Long stream today. Thanks everybody for coming. Really active, active people. I definitely fell off a little bit on my on recording all of the decisions I was making, but I will still post the sort of decision log if people are interested. I was too focused after like floor 51 about like just trying to win versus making decisions, because there was definitely decisions during the heart fight that I did not think about. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming. I think I extracted some pretty useful information today, and I hope you will all join me tomorrow. Have a good day.